Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I'll be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them over as a podcast on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing today? There are no wrong answers. Scale of 1 to 10. We are moving towards a very healing full moon. The reason I want to describe this, and I just want to explain, I would not be surprised if you felt like you left that new moon in Capricorn like a raw wound, right? That was a new moon that felt very, very similar to a full moon, and it was very much in the context of exposure and vulnerability, right? Going through a lot of those processes. And the thing about it, and I need to stress this, double Capricorn energy is no joke, right? Capricorn energy carries a lot of intensity on it. And so coming out of that new moon cycle that we just experienced, potentially feeling a lot of pressure on points that you yourself may have felt past vulnerability upon, that was all the lessons that we were working through. But what's beautiful, and this is why I love the juxtaposition of coming out of that double Capricorn new moon energy, right? The Capricorn new moon in Capricorn season, and moving into a Leo full moon during Aquarius season, because it's the conversation that we see that requires the space of understanding what it means to get strong. And the truth of it is, the simple truth of the matter is, we cannot get strong at things unless we're able to admit our vulnerability, right? Because the modality by which one is able to effectively apply force onto things is how one gets stronger within them. But the ability to first be able to articulate what a weakness is, or what something is that we don't feel as confident, as strong upon, if you don't have that, you can't do that type of work. And so I would not be surprised if there's different modalities that, like this new moon we came out of, potentially was very, very polarizing, because it was either working through what may have felt like akin to it's like very much like the difference between a breakdown and a breakthrough, having to do with how one is able to effectively navigate through it. What's beautiful right now is we do see that the continuation of this journey that we've been experiencing with Jupiter in retrograde in Cancer and Uranus in retrograde in Taurus is further amplification of that work, right? We've talked about the fact that the combination force of those 2 retrogrades is effectively and essentially the feeling of the sense of the self that we often get hard upon ourselves about in relationality to the speed or the proximity by which we're trying to apply change to things. So if you're navigating this energy right now, I want you to be doing so with a sense of proportionality, right? Everything can get done as long as everything is prioritized and achievable, right? Not feeling the sense of rushing ahead or getting ahead of oneself, but just taking things one step at a time. And I know that might feel a little bit difficult right now, because the one thing about it, and we're going to see this right now, like Mercury is in such close proximity to Venus, right? And what happens when we got Mercury in proximity to Venus? It can often feel like that sense of feeling rushed and not feeling like one is your energetic best because of the rush, in combination with Mars and Pluto, which can often create those modalities or experiences by which you're being very hard on yourself in relationality to navigating the space of your doubts or your fears. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. And we're going to talk a bit about masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy right now, bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. For a lot of the masculine energy, we see that this could be a time of really working in depth in relationality to what it means to give love. The ability to effectively give love is often articulated in the space of nurture. And the word nurture was coming up over and over and over again in our readings, particularly when we're reading for masculine, because the identification point in feeling love is often the space by which we feel energetically cradled within that love. And the work that we do to heal ourselves is effectively being able to facilitate that the love that we feel within is experienced in the same way as the love that we express without. So the situation of potentially working through, and I have to point this out, if you're a real tarot nerd, you can head over to the stack and you can see yesterday's spread. The heart space of masculine was almost entirely filled with court cards. So the understanding of the fact that often the reflection point of the way that we express our love changes in relationality to how another person experiences that aspect of nurturing. And the ability of effectively looking at circumstances and situations and having that very specific approach. This could be a lot of the masculine energy, not necessarily looking at the lack space that we sometimes feel in the space by which we haven't healed our ability to love, which is looking at things and saying, why aren't I receiving or finding the love that I effectively expect to amplify or articulate there? But being able to look at situations and say, how can I nurture this in a better way? And this is also coming in contact with a lot of the energy that we see that's happening for feminine right now. Again, for feminine energy, not bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, we see that this is a lot of the feminine energy that is articulating upon what it means to feel loved by counterpart. And the vast difference between the unhealed love, which is often the sense of someone desiring to protect the feminine, rather than being in a space of being able to effectively allow the modality by which the feminine feels like they can energetically thrive. The feminine feels truly nurtured when they are given the space to be able to become their best version of self. However, the feminine carries a lot of wounds and relationality to energy that is misconceived coveting for loving. And what do we see that happens in modalities by which another person tries to articulate that they love something, but really they're coveting it? Coveting means to cover, to protect, but often in the modality by which one is not amplifying the consent by which another person desires to receive it. So the modality by which feminine is basically working through the space of navigating their own sacred rage, articulating upon the key difference between being truly loved and feeling like the energy that loves them is the energy that allows the space by which they are able to become their best version of self and grow and thrive, versus the distorted or contorted love by which another person tries to articulate that they care about someone, but they're not caring about them. They're trying to energetically acute them, right? They're trying to make them smaller. They're trying to energetically protect them. They're trying to take their force of will away from them in the context of claiming that it's love, but really that is an egoic journey. That is the ego that's gone to effectively supernova, that feels the force of trying to energetically control all of the circumstances and situations surrounding the self. So for a lot of the energy, being able to effectively articulate upon the differences between those experiences, we see that these are a lot of the work that the energies are effectively working through in healing their nature to love in relationality to the coinciding lesson. Now, this brings us to a lot of the non-binary energy. And for non-binary energy right now, what we're effectively seeing is working through experiences or modalities by which one often feels frustrated because one is ahead of the curve. and the ability to effectively anticipate the needs of others. We see that a lot of that energy had to work into the context of understanding the self to a capacity, not even because of a desire to, but from a need in order to facilitate being able to thrive in an environment in which they often felt energetically out of place. But the modality and the experience of basically being able to work through path work by which they are often in the context of being able to anticipate others' needs, right? This often creates a modality and experience by which they feel a lot of the weight of those needs that often lean against them. And this can sometimes be difficult for that energy because it's working through the proportionality of being able to articulate their own energetic standards in relationality to what they can effectively do versus what they expect others to effectively, where they expect others to energetically meet them. And so we see that for a lot of that energy, this is the work that may be occurring right now in being able to lay that healthy groundwork, being able to energetically facilitate or articulate upon what feels balanced, but also in the space by which they're able to express their boundaries, they're able to recognize and identify what the shape of love is in their lives. Because when one articulates healthy boundaries and then they find those boundaries are respected, then you would recognize and identify the energy that is surrounding the self that feels like it is energetically prioritizing the comfort of the individual versus those modalities or experiences by which they may be laying those standards down and feeling that roughness or that pushback and working onto the space of being able to nurture the individual self further in the modality of recognizing the shape or the force of feeling energetically taken advantage of. But we see that for all of these energies right now, healthy communication is effectively helping to facilitate and articulate what that path going forward is. We're going to continue to see this as we move towards the Leo full moon energy, which is often a work that we often recognize that happens in relationality to being able to open the heart space in order to expand upon and love upon things even more so. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also like to invite you over to my Stack to learn more about a very special retreat that I'll be hosting August 8th through 13th. I'd like to invite you to join me as we travel to Italy to learn more about the cards in the location by which the tarot was first documented to be discovered. We're going to be sharpening our tarot skills while understanding the culture by which the tarot was able to grow and thrive. Everyone who participates in that retreat will not only be receiving one-on-one classwork with me, but will also have the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize that retreat, moving towards the best advantage towards your tarot goals going forward. If you sign up this month, anyone who participates and signs up will also be receiving a $200 discount on that full retreat package, and you can head over to my Stack to learn more about it. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which will be being held on Thursday, February 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards of the sword suite. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your monthly subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I will be releasing one today on navigating that full moon that we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. And I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the first person on the list for today, and the first person on the list will always have an additional card in their reading. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Good to see you today, Daletta and BB, Grand Rising. So good to see you guys. Make sure to give BB some love too. Great reader as well. Reader supporting readers, hashtag. And Julia, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yeah, that new moon in Cap with all those planets in Cap was brutal. I know. It's going to get easier as we move towards this full moon in Leo. So true. Thank you, BB. Hi there, Jesse. Taurus. Am I evolving into something great to save? Happy to read for you on that, dear. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. You'll be the first person read for today. And BB, thank you for getting on the list. You will be the first person read for today, and you'll also have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would care to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. Grand Rising Perks, good to see you today. Minnie, welcome. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful start to your day. Grand Rising Perks. Can I be added from the list? 50K 2-3 days ago. I got you, dear. Let me just confirm. Yep, I've got you here. Julia, you'll be the second person added on the list for today. If anybody else would care to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Thank you, Ayor. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages as well. And Julia, thank you for all of those beautiful roses. I appreciate you. Phoenix, thank you for those heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you are a super fan and would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card today. Grand Rising Phoenix, good to see you today. That is where your family's from, absolutely. And thank you as well, Nanners. Welcome. Grand Rising Nikki, good to see you. And hashtag reader supporting readers. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Before we get started on today's reads, though, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to draw the cards. I'm going to count back from 10, and when I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the owl. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. And as I mentioned, if anybody's on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all you need to do is let me know the date that you were added, and I'll be happy to put you back on the list. And if you would like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. You've been having strange and complex dreams. Well, we do dream interpretation here, Nanners. Just a reminder, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or past life you would like more information on, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. Yep. Not the space, so it doesn't get filtered. It seems like it only gets filtered now and then. It's very strange. It's very strange the order by which it's getting filtered or not. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, January 29th, 2026. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread for today? First two cards we are starting our day off with today are the Three of Wands in its upright in combination with the Page of Swords in its reversal. This Page of Swords has been coming up a lot for us right now. And it's a continuation of working through what it means to have strength upon things. Strength, the ability to be strong, is equally proportional to how vulnerable one is able to allow oneself to be. And it's the ability of understanding. And we're going to have to continue to go through this as we're navigating into this full moon in Leo, in Aquarius season. The modality by which we are, and I feel like this is letting go of the tendency of being energetically defensive. And let's talk a little bit about what happens when we're defensive. Right? The ego likes to move into a defensive position because the ego always feels, and we have to just recognize this, the ego always feels like it is under threat. And the sooner that we realize this, the sooner that we can get over that to a certain extent. And that's the hard part about it, right? And you can see this. What happens? What happens when somebody is like deep into their ego? The main sign that you'll often see when somebody is deep into their ego is the modality of reading negative in the most positive thing possible, right? Like that's what we talk about in relationality to defensiveness, right? The space by which the ego constantly wants to project. And often in the space, and this is what we talk about, like this is what's so difficult about going through heavy egoic journeys. You'll literally be around someone that's deep in their ego, and you'll be doing everything under the sun to try to help energetically help another person. But if the ego is such that they see energetic threat in everything, right? It creates that modality by which we don't allow the capacity in order to effectively move towards what's energetically for us. And so I think that there's something really important about this energy because it talks a lot about the energetic trepidation by which we effectively welcome the world around us, right? If you walk around on edge, people see you as the energetic threat. It's the conversation, and this is what we talk about in terms of manifesting. Our fears become manifest, right? Because when we are building into the context of feeling energetic fear, all others feel around us is the fear that emanates off of us, right? And so our own ability of being able to calibrate for how we feel about things, right? The vulnerability that we're able to energetically articulate upon the full vested effort of our own energetic emotions. This is like, I feel like this is the energy that reaffirms to us that the path forward is always the space by which we lead from the heart space, right? And when we're leading from the heart space, we put our force of love before us that allows the ability of another to be able to meet us in that capacity. It's not easy right now, right? Because we also see that this energy is also projection central card for today's spread. We have here the six of Pentacles and it's upright. And so let's talk a little bit about that Six of Pentacles, right? This is what we talk about in relationality to building into unified approaches in relationality to what we put our force of intention of love towards. It is having a different impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. We also see the fact that there is a new energetic relationship cycle that's opening up right now. And we're calling these the world relationships. And the reason that we're calling them the world relationships is because they're focusing a lot on the work that we see that is invested in the world card of the tarot. And the world card in the tarot talks about the beauty and ability to understand the self, that allows the modality and capacity to be able to appreciate what it is that we put our full force of intention towards. It's a lot of that continuation of the journey that we understand that the ability to put our force of intention towards things. It's not always what we effectively receive from that, but it's the intention by which we work to create it around us. And so for a lot of these relationships, I feel like that is what is happening in terms of the healthy healing. It's building into that deeper understanding of the self, but not just the understanding of the self. It's a continuation of the prioritization point of the lessons of this new energetic cycle that's been starting ever since we came out of that Capricorn new moon energy, that articulates upon the fact that when we are working towards a manifestation goal, we abandon the idea that we're going to find joy on the other side of it. We have to bring joy with us as we move towards manifestation goals, because it's just a conversation that says, right, if you're energetically miserable, right, if you're energetically miserable and you're working towards a manifestation goal, and the modality by which another person says, well, why do you energetically want that? And the modality of saying like, oh, I won't be miserable anymore. Yes, you will. Because it's the joy on the journey, right? It's the ability to move towards something, and even as we move towards it, we find the joy that arrives to us, right? We collect the joy as we move towards a manifestation goal, because a healthy manifestation goal changes us in the process of moving towards it. And so I feel like that's a lot of the energy. I've got two different modalities right now working through these energetic lessons. I've either got energy in solitude that is recognizing, that is building into the way of healing relationship is being heavily centered in self, not self-centered. Do not misquote me. Not self-centered, but centered in self. What is the difference between being self-centered and self-centered in self? Self-centered is being in the modality of looking towards the world and demanding things from it, while being centered in self is understanding one's placement in the world and giving forth towards it. So we see that for a lot of the energy, that approach of being able to put that application of effort towards the things that they care about are paying back in big ways, but a lot of it is coming into the space of being able to understand and see the self with more clarity. This also we see that there are new relationships that are coming together at this time with that same sense of healing and adaptability, the ability of effectively building forward through things. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of these relationships that are coming together right now, there's a lot of that work that we effectively see is being facilitated upon. And a lot of that work that we're seeing is the conversation of what feels energetically reciprocal. A lot of that healthy energy that we're identifying in proportionality to being able to take, I keep wondering, having grounded approaches to what it is that they're trying to expand upon. And what I like about these relationships is these relationships are not trying to flee their existence to try to come into partnership, right? They're not in the modality by which they want to effectively change their life in any profound fashion. It's the energy that effectively wants to expand upon what they've already been creating together. So there's a lot of that energy that we see in relationality to the work here that talks about the healthy relationship that allows one to expand, right? To expand upon the manifestation even further. Now, this brings us to those moon relationships. And the moon relationships were effectively coming together between the time of that Capricorn new moon energy that we experienced up until this early fall period where we had Uranus stationing direct. Can I please have two cards to clarify? We've got here the Page of Swords and it's upright. Oh, I love this. And the Seven of Pentacles in its reversal. So we've got something interesting here that's happening. And the funny thing about this is, and you guys have probably caught this if you've seen me read before, I've got two different Smith-Waite decks that I pull from. And on occasion, it's not uncommon for one of the cards to inadvertently slip into the other deck. So what we actually have here right now is we've got two different Page of Swords here in the first row. We've got the Page of Swords in its reversal and the Page of Swords in its upright. And this is a continuation of the continuum energy that we saw that was happening in yesterday's reading. If you want to go over to see that spread, you can find it over on the stack. And this talks about, right, what I'm seeing here with these moon relationships is conversations on healthy cycles, right? And this is the thing about it. You have to recognize and understand that the world itself is built on cycles. Nature is a cyclical process, and the space by which we recognize and identify the difference between a healthy, supportive cycle, right? This is what we often articulate as a ritual, right? Something that feels like it is good, something feels like it is restorative, versus unhealthy patterns, right? This is how we effectively work to identify and refine upon the things that we're working on getting better at, right? It's working through a lot of that space by which we build into, right? I keep hearing refinement via energetic repetition. And this is why, right? This is why we talk about when you're doing something, right? And in a way, I want to describe this. When you're doing something well, you have to be willing to navigate a proportionality of getting better at something, which is the space by which you don't get hard on oneself if you're not perfect, because there's always something to explore. There's always something to perfect more. And so our ability of effectively, I keep on hearing, working through something, trying to do something in a better way, stepping out of our comfort zone, allows the ability by which we're able to effectively expand upon the self in an even greater fashion. And I feel like that's what's beautiful for some of these moon relationships, because these are the relationships, they were having a real hard time coming together. They were going through a lot of experiences that were deeply energetically triggering. And the reason that we articulate them triggering is because they were coming together when all of those planets were in retrograde, right? And Chiron and Eris were also in retrograde in very close proximity to each other. And what do those two planets together create? Circumstances and situations that are coincidental, that feel very similar to intentional trauma created upon the person. And one of the things I keep on seeing in some of these relationships right now is working through the space of finding, they're finally being able to start building something between them that feels energetically sustainable, right? It almost feels like a breath of fresh air. And that's the result of coming out of that retrograde process. Now, this brings us to the temperance relationships. And the temperance relationships were effectively coming together between the time of Uranus stationing direct over the fall, that up until the time of the solstice period this summer, clarification between our Three of Wands in its upright in combination with the Page of Swords in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming right now with the Seven of Cups in its reversal. So what are we seeing right now with the Seven of Cups in its reversal? The thing I keep on, and I need to stress this, there's something very important that I identify is happening right now for a lot of these temperance relationships. And what we're effectively identifying that's happening for a lot of these temperance relationships is they're butting up against a trauma trigger. And what do I mean by butting up against a trauma trigger? Okay, there are some triggers that we create within ourselves intentionally to protect us at a time that it was not safe to be our full authentic version of self. A trauma trigger is effectively the space by which we erect, right? We erect an energetic wall within ourselves to protect ourselves from modalities by which it was not energetically safe to be the full modality of ourselves. These relationships have reached such a level of healing that they're recognizing, right? They're recognizing the overprotective tendencies that they created in spaces by which they were not able to be loved the way that they're currently loved. And for a lot of the work going through those experiences right now, it's not easy, because it's often like it's working. I would not be surprised if that's a lot of the energy that often feels those modalities or experiences by which the doubts or the fears of the past creep up to the surface. But that's what we keep on seeing in a lot of these relationships, that modality or that ability of being able to recognize that for what it is and not allowing the context of being energetically triggered by it, right? They're noticing They're noticing their own protective tendencies, but they're also recognizing and they're holding those tendencies in a degree of compassion because they're able to articulate to each other where they formed and why it was important. And these are some of the hardest ones to alleviate because that's the thing that was energetically protecting you in a space by which you weren't in a space by which it was safe to be the authentic version of self. So it's difficult, right? Because it's like they're dismantling them. And the dismantling them is triggering. Even in the space by which they're dismantling them, it feels very triggering to do so because it makes one feel very vulnerable. Now, continuing to get clarification, and we're moving back into those world relationships, clarification between our Page of Swords and its reversal in combination with that Six of Pentacles in its upright. We've got the Emperor in its reversal. And I like, here's the thing about it. And I want to point this out. A healthy masculine energy understands the value of an Emperor in its reversal, right? Because an Emperor in its reversal is the conversation of saying, you know what, who's strong? Someone who doesn't take themselves seriously. You ever notice that? You ever notice? Do you ever know that modality? Do you ever notice that modality? The formal, like the formality of an ego, like the formality of an ego, the formality of an ego that doesn't have that softening in it. You know what I mean? And this is what I keep on getting. And this is why I love. This is why I love. I know I got a biased opinion here, but this is why I love a Leo full moon, because a Leo full moon often says, you know what's strong, soft. You know what's strong, soft. Because you have to understand, there's something to be said, okay? And there's something to be said about. I want to describe this in a way that doesn't sound weird. There's something to be said about something that can absorb but not dissolve, right? There's something to be said about the importance of being able to absorb but not dissolve, right? Because that means when you are able, and this is the thing we understand about the deepening of the self, when we're able to absorb information, okay? When we are able to absorb information and it doesn't change our opinion, but rather it firms our resolve, then we know that that is a sound idea or a sound thought. Right? A healthy idea is not one that dissolves in the face of other ideas. The reason that we're able to find a solid thought or a solid concept is when you're able to put other things before it, right? When you bring other things to it, it doesn't disappear. And in fact, it absorbs it because it understands and it makes something even deeper in the understanding of it. And this is why I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy moving into that Leo full moon, right? This is the energy, and I like this because these are the relationships that articulate upon the space of wanting and identifying and desiring experiences, wanting conversations, energetically eager and enthusiastic is what I keep on hearing. Eager and enthusiastic for locationalities and places to test their thoughts and feelings and concepts, because that is the fortification of a strong idea, right? The fortification of a good idea or a good thought or a good relationship is the modality by which it energetically endures things. And the modality by which we can energetically absorb things and endure allows the ability to identify the more that we move towards. So it's a lot of that energy that I see that is building into that. And I like this for these relationships because there's an eagerness for expansion here that is found when being very well grounded in the self, right? There's I keep on hearing not a lot of insecurity here is all I keep on seeing. Very, very securely anchored in the self. Now, continuing and moving towards those moon relationships, clarification between our Six of Pentacles in combination with our Page of Swords and its upright. One card to clarify, please. We've got here the Six of Wands in its reversal. And what are we effectively seeing with the Six of Wands in its reversal? The Six of Wands in its reversal is, and this is what I love about these relationships that are coming together right now, via the moon relationships. These are the relationships that build into the energetic peace that they create for one another, right? And this is the thing about it, right? Peace is not peaceful. Peace takes work. Have you ever tried to make peace? It's exhausting. It's exhausting. It is exhausting. It is very exhausting to build into the context of peace because it's the identification point of being able to recognize and amplify the force of intention in relationality to what it is that we're trying to do better, right? And this is the thing about it. I always like to describe this. This is like this here. I just want to show you this because like these cards together is like swan energy. All right. And this is why I like to describe that like working to build peace is often the space by which you are embodying swan energy. And why do I call it swan energy? Because you ever seen a swan? You see how like gracefully they move. You know how gracefully they move across the water? It almost looks like it's like a frictionless surface. Have you ever seen what's going on under the water when a swan is moving? Just it's crazy. It's crazy. And this is what we talk about the work with the self, right? And I have to point this out. This is also like I need to stress. This is also why there's like a fallacy of enlightenment, right? Like you see somebody who's like you see somebody like this, and nothing has gotten easier there. That is a very strong person that is cultivating peace everywhere they round, like around the self, right? That's the energy that says like, I'm bringing peace, whether you like it or not. Right? It's not like, oh, how did you get like that? You must take things so easy. No, it took a lot of work. Taking a lot of work right now. So a lot of that space, like this is what those relationships understand, right? And I like this too, because I would not be surprised if these are relationships by which, again, you often see this, and this is what happens with someone deep in their ego, right? Someone deep in their ego will ruin a relationship because they'll see the most peaceful relationship on the surface and be like, why don't I have that? I want something as easy as that. And somebody who understands goes, are you kidding? That peaceful relationship that you're looking at, that peaceful relationship you're looking at, do you know how much work it do you know how hard they work to create that peace, right? Like if you want a peaceful relationship, get ready to build into it, right? Get that elbow grease. You want peace, get some elbow grease in there. You got to be ready to like put that force of intention towards things. So I feel like there's a conversation that happens, right? This is a lot of the conversation that I see those moon relationships have in others, like potentially looking at something and being like, oh, they have it so easy, and being like, nobody's had anything easy in all of experience, right? Ease is something that we work towards relentlessly, right? Because that is where we effectively find the modality by which we can get energetically strong within things. You see something peaceful, you usually see something that's very, very strong and is doing something very, very hard, but making it look very, very easy. Continuing to get clarification, and this is moving us back into those temperance relationships, clarification between that Page of Swords energy and its upright in combination with our Six of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify. We've got here the Nine of Swords in its upright. And so what are we effectively seeing with that Nine of Swords energy in its upright? Working through modalities or experiences by which, and I keep on getting this with those temperance relationships, identifying and recognizing the force of intention by which we effectively work to resolve or absolve walls that we had to put up in less than safe environments. And this is the truth about it. And this is what's so painful about a trauma environment, right? Often the misconception of being able to put the way that you recognize the hard part about being in a traumatizing space is the space by which you often build into the context of saying, I must not be putting enough emotions here, right? Why aren't my emotions fixing something? And the modality by which these energies felt like they were in unhealthy relationships that required them to put up walls, right? The modality by which we feel like we have to erect a wall in our relationship is often the amplification on when we don't feel energetically safe to be our full authentic version of self. And that's what I keep on seeing that's happening for a lot of those relationships. They've come up, right? They've come up against a trauma trigger. They're navigating something that they had to have up at a time by which it was the thing that effectively made it safe for them to be able to persist in an energetic environment. And the ability to resolve those walls that the trauma forced us to create. I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, working through that, it's not easy, right? And I feel like I keep on hearing that energy saying it's the work of a lifetime to take down the walls that the trauma created. But this is the energy that is working into, right? Perception is the first step. The ability to perceive it to be so is how we start to work to dismantle it. So I've got a lot of this energy that we see is working through that. And I can even see in the modality by which they articulate it, right? Potentially talking to one another about how hard it is. Because they're literally like, you have to understand, like this shield that I'm holding used to be the only thing that would keep me safe, is what I keep on seeing. And so that's a lot of the energy that like works through that. But even in the context of doing so, right? Like they're recognizing and identifying and navigating through their own sense of their own comfort zone. Now, this brings us back into, this is bringing us back into those world relationships. Clarification between the Seven of Pentacles, Seven of Cups in its reversal in combination with that Emperor card in its reversal. One card to clarify, the Lover's card. I like to see this coming up onto this full moon we've got coming up. Because and I want to describe this here. The relationships that I see are coming together right now are very, I'm noticing a tendency in these relationships in I keep on hearing their quirk identification systems is what I keep on saying. Their quirk identification systems. They're literally talking. They're literally talking to each other about the quirks that they have, right? Like I can see them being like, why do you do like? I want to point this out. This is what I meant. This is what I meant about the energy being very energetically stable, because they're articulating on each other's quirks, but not in a way, like not in a way of criticism, right? Like not in a way of being like, don't do that, but being like, you've got this, like, I can almost see this energy being like, like pointing out, like, you got this little tendency of like, you know what I mean? Like it's like they're talking to each other about each other's signatures is what I keep on seeing, right? And there's something about that I see is energetically delightful, because something about the modality by which they're working through those modalities or experiences is like, and I want to describe this here, the things that we love. I want you to think about the person you love more than anyone, right? The person you love more than anything. Do you love them because they're perfect, or do you love them for their quirks? Right? Do you love them because they're perfect, or do you love them for their quirks? Because the healthy quirk is something that, is often, it's like those little things that we don't even recognize or identify about ourselves, but that others around us hold with this deep sense of sincerity, or this deep love and appreciation. And so I feel like there's something about that where this energy is working through some kind of delight and relationality to the space of their quirks. But even in the space of those quirks, I feel like there's something there's almost like there's a little bit of this, like there's a little bit of this deep invested understanding in being able to know one another better, because I feel like that is the energy that, again, works through, right? Like works through the understanding of the self, and appreciates another person energetically noticing things. And I want to point out that is very leonine energy that I'm picking up there. Continuing to get clarification between, moving back towards those moon relationships, clarification between the Emperor card in its reversal in combination with the Six of Wands in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with the Death card. The reason I'm laughing so much is because the difference between these these world relationships and the moon relationships, it's very different stuff. It's very different stuff, because like I told you, like these world relationships are very, like they're very there's a lot of eagerness here. The moon relationships are more reserved. The moon relationships are more reserved. And the reason I keep on seeing that those moon relationships are more reserved or subtle is because, like, I want to describe this. Um, I feel like there's something really important about those moon relationships that have a lot to do with putting a lot of force and intention outside of the self right now. These moon relationships, something about those moon relationships, the energy within them is tireless, is what I keep on hearing in terms of giving forth to things right now. Like, I see this energy that is just like give, 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 give. And the modality by which the energy is so invested in giving, right, is like, I feel like that is the peace. Like, that is the peace that they're finding in relationship. Because I literally see, and I want to put this in a way, and if you're in a moon relationship, you'll understand this. The ease that comes from a relationship that is so stable that it exists in the space by which you don't need to concentrate upon it. If you know what I mean, and I'm telling you right now, if you are in a moon relationship, you know what I mean. The stability of something that is so present and strong that you don't need to constantly feel like you need to put effort in it to energetically sustain it, because it's something that builds into, right, the firmament. I keep wondering, the firmament of their existences, right? They're focusing on the firmament, and they're basically saying to each other that is what they see in each other. They say, through you I have found firmament. And firmament being, through you I'm in a space by which I feel energetically safe to be able to move towards my authentic self. So basically we've got the world relationships right now that are building into the energetic delight of discovering one another, and the ability of putting a lot of focus on each other. And then we've got these moon relationships that articulate each other, the deep meaning that they have, because they feel always energetically connected in the space of building into that firmament. Now, this brings us to the temperance relationships. Clarification between the 6 of Wands in its reversal and that 9 of Swords in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our 9 of Cups in its upright. And I got to point out, we've got a lot of 9 energy right now for those temperance relationships. And here's the thing about the temperance relationships. I feel like a lot of those temperance relationships right now are really doing some very deep invested work in healing from trauma environments, is what I keep on seeing. And there is something I'm seeing in relationality to that work, which is the identification point in being able to see, right? Being able to see the full shape of what another is working to heal from, is what I keep on getting. Like, there is something right now, I keep on saying there is something right now about those relationships that is building into, remember how I said those temperance relationships often do the work so that others don't have to, right? There's something important about those relationships. I hear that energy being like, I've given up getting, like, I almost hear the energy going, they don't do things in the space of expecting to be appreciated for them. They just energetically step up, is what I keep on hearing. And I want to point this out, this is why some of those relationships erected those walls within themselves, because the modality by which they had to, like, I almost feel like it's the modality by which they felt that they needed to energetically suppress some aspect of the self for the betterment, I keep hearing, for the betterment of the energy surrounding the self. right? Like that's what's so heavy about those relationships. It's the modality by which they were articulating. And I feel like they're saying to each other, I never expected to be in a space by which I could be held, entirely held, is what I keep on hearing, held in my entirety. And so for a lot of that energy, that ability of feeling that way, right? That ability of being able to find the self. I feel like the hard part about it is they keep on inadvertently tripping over those tendencies that they created in experiences by which they didn't feel that they could be, that being their authentic self was energetically healthy. And so I've got a lot of that energy that's working through those modalities or experiences, but the ability to acknowledge, right? The ability to acknowledge that that's what's energetically happening is what's allowing something to be healed in a way that it hasn't been healed before. Continuing back into those world relationships, clarification between the Lover's card and the Death card. Those are some big cards next to each other. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with the Justice card. And here's the thing about it, man. Like the thing with this Justice card is, there's this like, I want to describe that something I'm seeing in these world relationships. It feels like the amplification of, I don't know why I keep on hearing this, like now or never kind of mentality. And the modality by which I'm seeing something there, it's basically like, I feel like there's a lot of this energy that I'm seeing that is working into, right? Like, I keep on getting this, like the energy that is working into relationship, but the relationship in the space by which they're overcoming their fears, right? Like it's the space of working through a relationship via the ability to overcome the fears. And the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to overcoming those fears is, and I want to describe this, right? I would not be surprised if this energy is having those moments by which they get really hard on themselves by not being more confident, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing like I keep on hearing like confident and competent in relationality to and this is the funny thing about these relationships. They're very confident, but the thing by which they understand, like the confidence that they bring to things, they don't bring to things for the sake of their own confidence. Their confidence is a gift to energy around the self, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like that's all I keep on hearing with a lot of those world relationships. My confidence is a gift because when we're building into energetic confidence, right? We're building into expansion, right? It's the modality by which, and I keep on hearing, it's a healthy confidence to be able to do something, but also being able to do something in a way by which one is working on learning more through it, is what I keep on hearing, right? It's a lot of that. Like I just keep on hearing confidence and competence, confidence and competence, because it's the energy, and it wouldn't be, and like this is what we can expect because we've got Neptune moving into Aries. And what does Neptune moving into Aries teach us, right? Success is not built upon immediacy. It's built upon how many times you're able to get, like how many times you're able to get back up again, right? Like that's what Aries teaches us, right? Like I love Aries energy because Aries energy is literally like again, again. It's like, and you're like, it's a lot of that type of energy. And so we've got a lot of that energy that we see that's happening there. But even in the modality of that, like I keep on hearing, like, this is the energy. Like, I almost hear this energy saying that they delight in rejection because I keep on hearing rejection is the ability, like the space by which we navigate rejection is the space by which we become stronger in the determination of what it is that we aspire for ourselves. So I almost see this energy that works into that space in terms of like, I keep on hearing these relationships saying like they're pushing out of their comfort zone in the best way possible as they energetically come together. This brings us back to the moon relationships. One card, please, between clarification between the Death card and the Nine of Cups in its upright. Ooh, Ace of Pentacles. I like to see an Ace of Pentacles there. I love these. I love these cards that we're focusing in upon right now, because the Ace of Pentacles, I just want to describe the Ace of Pentacles is a lot of, like I told you, the moon relationships have created like I keep on getting the healthy firmament by which they energetically work, like build upon themselves. And that's what I meant about the energy right now feeling very opposite. Like the relationships that are coming into the energy right now that is coming into relationship is very much like it's very much hands-on is what I keep on seeing, right? These moon relationships, they're much more subtle is what I keep on getting, right? It's like it's gentle touch energy, which is the modality by which like it's like I almost see, like I need to point out, and I just, there's something about the energy, those moon relationships working tirelessly on something, that I almost see the energy, like I almost like it almost feels like a library energy, which is like I don't want to, I don't want to disturb you. I don't want to disturb you. I don't want to disturb you. I want to encourage you. I don't want to disturb you. I want to encourage you is what I keep on hearing. So we've got those modalities there. And I think in that way, like that's why I keep on getting that it feels like they're finally reaching a moment of being able to have to work through something in a way by which they're building into the context of what feels energetically supportive. Now, this brings us to those temperance relationships. Final card for today's spread between our Justice card and the Ace of Pentacles. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with the Fool card in its upright. And I absolutely love the pillar that we have that is forming right now. The pillar that's forming right now in the center of this spread, because, and I need to articulate this, the Fool card, like, and this is a continuation, this is reaffirmation on what I was saying about the Aries energy, because you know me, I have a different interpretation on what I connect the cards to astrologically. And for me, the Fool card is very much associated to Aries energy, right? I believe that is something that I hold very true to myself, because it's the ability of understanding, right? It's the ability of understanding and I love this. The Fool does not worry about being perfect, right? The Fool is about moving towards one's energetic sense of bliss, right? And this is what happens, right? Because, and this is what I meant about those temperance relationships healing from trauma environments, because the modality or the experience by which the energy is coming into a space by which they're learning to dismantle the walls of the walls that trauma forced them to create. There's a lot of inner child healing that's happening there. There's a lot of that inner child healing that we see that's occurring in that modality. And the inner child healing that we identify is returning, and this is what we talk about with inner child healing, it's returning back to that version of the self that did not need to have all those walls up, right? Often this is what happens, that when we move through life, we navigate traumatizing situations and circumstances, and we often take the wrong lessons from those experiences, right? The modality by which we start to we start to give up on our own sense of bliss, or we move into the capacity by which we feel energetic disappointment in relationality to how we arrive to circumstances or situations. But there's something really beautiful here that we see is happening with this Fool card and the Justice and the Pentacles, because this is the articulation of talking, right? Talking about the healthy relationship that allows us to be able to take those walls down, right? It's the ability to be able to be, right? The ability to be able to be the full amplification of our authentic self. And in the modality and the experience by which we find that is often that sense of, like, I keep on hearing, this is what we talk about the safety of healthy counterpart energy. It's the ability to be able to follow our bliss in an environment that's supporting us to see us energetically grow and thrive. So we've got a lot of that energy here that we see that is happening. And so for a lot of that energy, working towards that capacity, right? Being able to recognize and identify the shape of that work, like, this is the energy. Like, I almost feel like this is what I mean about those temperance relationships. They're constantly going out of their way to help one another follow their bliss. And even in the modality by which they're doing that, they're recognizing, and this is the thing that they're learning about, they don't need to abandon their own bliss in the process of doing that. Now, this brings us to those moon relationships. And the moon relationships are effectively also working through that full energy, because it's the energy that feels the beauty of a relationship that does not require one to concentrate on it perpetually in order for it to energetically exist, right? There's something really beautiful about that energy building into the firmament of healthy relationship, which is the relationship that does not constantly need, I keep hearing, the relationship that does not constantly need perpetual attention or perpetual like like checking. They're building into, like, these are relationships that are very heavily attenuated on building into nuance. And so these are the relationships that, again, they're taking nuance, they're finally having an opportunity to get to know one another more via V, right? And via V, the space by which they work through a lot of that energetic nuance, but not just the space by which they're building into that nuance, but I feel like it's the space by which they recognize and identify, like, they recognize and identify the full shape of the work by which they're effectively, like, I keep on hearing, the space by which they build energetically supportive environments for one another that allow one another, that allow one another to be able to be in the space of being able to articulate, like, I keep on hearing, like, building into the space by which they're able to almost like communicate specifically on the identification point of their energetic dreams, right? It's very dreamy in terms of what I'm seeing there. Now, this brings us to those relationships that are deep within divine union right now, those temperance relationships. And I just keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships right now, actually, I'm sorry, we're moving back into the correction. We're moving back into the relationships that are coming together right now, these world partnerships. This is the energy that's effectively challenging themselves in the best way possible, right? Like, this is what we see, like, this is a continuation of what we can expect when we've got Uranus and Taurus, which is the modality that says the only way to discover a new comfort zone is to step out of the one you're currently in, right? And I like this because I see this energy working towards relationship via the healthy expansion, which isn't the space by which they feel like they want to, they don't want to flee their existence to move into relationship. They're trying to expand upon the bliss that they've already found within themselves that allows the ability to be able to expand further outside of partnership. So there's a lot of that energy that I see there that is almost like looking at relationship as a profound act of generosity, because it's not that they're looking to change something about their lives so much as they're looking to find someone to share them with. Bottom of the deck on this reading, we've got here the Nine of Swords in its reversal. And so what are we effectively seeing with that Nine of Swords in its reversal? I mean, correction, 10 of Swords in its reversal. We already have the Nine of Swords up. The 10 of Swords in its reversal is often like, it's working. Like, I want to describe this energy right now. There's like, how do I describe this? It's kerfuffle energy. Do you guys know what that means? A kerfuffle. It's like, it's often like, and I want to describe this because it's a combination of what we see that's happening right now in relationality to, we've got Pluto and Mars in really close proximity, as well as Mercury and Venus that are in very close proximity. So this can often create spaces by which you're rushing through things. And when you're rushing through things, you often feel like you can't do something in the best way possible. I just want to stress this. There's no mistakes. There are only new lessons, which is the modality by which you work to experience something, and then you apply a practice that ensures that it doesn't energetically happen again, right? When we take that energetic approach to things, it allows the ability of being able to do something better, because it's allowing the space, like everything is a learning lesson, right? Not getting frustrated at the self if something isn't perfect, but being able to effectively like take energetic feedback or recognize how one is able to do something effectively, because there's a little bit of this energy here, and I want to make sure that you're not like getting all twisted up in it, right? The modality by which like we often like, it's giving me like the modality by which we often like allow the context of our eagerness, like of our eagerness to get ahead of ourselves in relationality to the full picture of things. I said, don't rush through things right now. Take things proportionally. And if there are any confusions that come up, just let it build into a more stabilizing practice, which is the modality of being able to say to another, like, this is what we're going to do to be able to make sure that that doesn't energetically happen again, right? It's the modality by which we're able to apply energetic experiences to things that allow us to perfect practices. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and sharing in this reading. If you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everybody who participated in our recent class on the World Card. Our next class will be held on Thursday, February 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards of the Sword Suite. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid monthly subscriber, you will also have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I'm going to be releasing one today on navigating this full moon that we have coming up in just a couple of days. And I would encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about a very special retreat that I'll be hosting this August. I'd like to invite you to join me August 8th through 13th as we will be studying the tarot in the location by which the tarot was first documented to be discovered. We'll be traveling to Italy to sharpen our tarot skills. And not only will everyone who participates in that class be receiving one-on-one education by me, but you'll also be eligible in receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me as well. And if you sign up this month, you will be eligible for a $200 discount to that full retreat package. So make sure that you make sure that you sign up soon if you would like to catch that discount. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I am very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. And I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Julia. You got our highest gifter today. And thank you so much. And you have that additional reading coming towards you. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 5th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. But if you would like to get on the list for today, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the 5th person read for. I know it's our full moon, Nikki. Loving it. And Mike, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. And Laurel, thank you for the follow as well. Grand Rising, Nikki. Grand Rising, Phoenix. Good to see you as well. And Nanners, thank you for those gifts. And thank you for reposting. Excellent. A wild dream last night. Ooh, are we doing a dream interpretation? I'm excited. Hi there, Minnie. Good to see you today. Excellent. I just do a bunch of different options. I got you. Yeah, it's not getting filtered now, Nikki. Oh, looking forward to it. Siobhan, can you please let me know the initial where you sent the donation? Thank you. I just the initial, please. Absolutely. And thank you, your girl. Collect the joy on the way to the manifestation goal. Exactly. And thank you, Donna, for the follow. Thank you, Mike, for the follow as well. On point. Thank you as well, Trevor. You're welcome, dear. It takes a lot of strength to be soft. Exactly. And Fudia Torre, thank you for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. Phil, thank you for the follow as well. Happy to read for you on that, Phil, but I'm asking not to. Please don't just repeat your comment in the chat. It's not how you have a reading. If you'd like to have a reading, all you need to do is send the donation payment via my tree that is Binks in my Lio. 3 cards for $29 for non-subscribers. Yep. That is so true. Thank you, Simp. Hard work, but so worth it. It's beautiful. It is beautiful. Thank you, your girl. Underwater, different story. Exactly. The live feels like me time. I love that, Siobhan. Thank you for being here and being a part of this collective. Yes, Swan Energy. Happy to read for you on that, Jennifer. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. Same thing, Black. Exactly. Thank you, your girl. Donna, happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. For those who are new, who are joining us, the way you get on the list is sending the donation payment. If for personal readings, it's 3 cards for $29 for non-subscribers. Time to lock in. Tap to claim, Siobhan. And thank you for reposting and sharing. If you don't remember the trauma happening, how do you go about healing it? It's a very good question, Z. So one of the things that we can do is we can identify trauma triggers. You don't need to remember trauma to be able to identify a trigger. And sometimes being able to recognize the trigger can help us recall the trauma that caused the trigger to be there in the first place. Gillem and Rose, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Siobhan. Good to see you today. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap the screen, Nambuere. I appreciate you. Hi there, Taurus. What's up? And thank you for those gifts, BB. Looking forward to our reading. Thank you as well. Agree with that. Thank you, Kopila, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Patty, thank you for the follow. The Fool card brings a smile to my face. Me too. I love the Fool card. Personally, I feel like the Fool is my Gemini sun. I can see that. I can see it. I can see an association like that with that card. Absolutely. Of course, I get glitches on my end. Great reading for today. You're so welcome, Siobhan. Looking forward to our reading. And Mario, thank you for the follow. Julia, thank you for those roses. And thank you again. Dang, I feel taken advantage of. I fell asleep. Absolutely. Siobhan? Yeah, so you said that you are on the list for a reading. I didn't see the payment coming through, so if you could just give me the initial of the payment source by which you sent the money for the donation, I'm happy to confirm your reading. That said, we are going to get started on personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation. Thank you. That's what I needed, dear. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, if you have a past life you would like more information on, or if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you can include that in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channel. First person we're reading for today is BB. BB, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for BB's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The frog. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I knew. I was waiting for you to say something, Nikki. All right, where were we? Let me pull up that dream. I got it right here. And guys, I'm going to pin up BB. Make sure to give BB some love. Let's get to that dream. Excellent. All right. Is this outside tea, BB? Spirit's got jokes. Outside is cool. Excellent. All right. I had a dream. Oh, wait. I have to do the dream coconut. We got a dream coconut. Ready? Ta-da! All right. I had a dream where I was in a chaotic plane ride with a lot of people. I didn't have a seat, but I remember having a seatbelt on. It's almost like I was holding on to something with my arms while having a seatbelt around me. The plane gradually got more out of control. I felt somewhat scared and then crashed into the water. I remember hitting the water, then swimming out of the plane and to the surface. I think I did get burned by some type of fire from the crash. Once I made it to the surface, I ran into family members I don't really talk to anymore. I remember us discussing money and how they didn't have enough to recover from the crash. And I basically told them, it's okay, I have resources. Then I walked away and woke up. Yeah. 5, and thank you for being the first person on the list today. You'll have 5 cards. All right, just bear with me one moment, BB. All right, so one moment, please. All right. Where were we? So the dream is about relationships and the trauma that you're healing from. The plane is your experience, coming into personhood. And it's basically, it's the context by which you experience the relationships prior to where you find yourself now. And what do we see in that scenario? You describe the plane as a chaotic place, and you didn't have a seat, but you remember having a seatbelt on. So this would effectively articulate that when you are in a chaotic place, the prioritized situation that you bring to a relationship is the ability to stand on your own 2 feet. And that is why you had the seatbelt, because you were effectively the seatbelt. It's a lesson, it's a trauma that you're working to heal from, that basically articulates, that says the only way somebody will take care of you or care about you is if you stand on your 2 feet and you don't depend on anyone. And that's why you are wearing a seatbelt, but you weren't in a seat, because it's the space by which somebody was trying to teach you to become another person's seatbelt, which is the modality by which, if somebody wants to be energetically taken care of, you articulate that is the prioritization point by which one is able to find love. And you said it felt like you were holding on to something with your arms while having a seatbelt around you, because that is the shape or the nature of the arms, right? The space by which you said it felt like you were holding arms around you. It was the space by which you may have felt like you had to be put in a space of having to care about others at a very, very early period in one's own life, right? Not the space by which you can expect arms around you, but the space by which another was articulating that the way that you receive love is only amplified in how well you protect the energy that is around you. And this is why we identify that you said that the plane gradually got more and more out of control, and you felt somewhat scared, and then it crashed into the water. Because the difficulty about that is often relationships built like that are kind of doomed to fail to a certain extent. Because what happens in relationships by which one person is forced to have to embody the space of a pillar, there's too many energies leaning on it. You said there's too many people. There were too many people on the plane. And I would be very interested to note if you are the only person in this dream that felt like they had to assume that position, because it could lead to those moments by which you feel like you're constantly in the state of disappointing others, that made you feel like the only way that you would be able to accept or receive love is in the space by which you were not energetically leaning upon them, right? So the plane is actually your own self. And the modality by which it leads to that crash point is the space by which you identified the fact that you started feeling scared. You started needing support, right? The support also needs support. The healer needs healing, because when everybody is leaning on one person to heal, it creates the space by which the plane can't stay in the air, right? It doesn't create a space by which another person is able to find that same sense of stability. And you'd identified this as hitting the water and then swimming out of the plane to the surface. And you said you got burned by some type of fire from the crash. So this is working through the lessons of the past that made you feel, right, the unbalanced relationships, that when you yourself needed support, what happened? It felt like they ended. It felt like they ended miserably, right? It's you being burned before was you working through the lesson of having to heal from situations that made you feel like you could not articulate upon having needs, or you could not articulate about being scared, because the modality by which you let another person know that you are human, right? The modality by which you said to another person, I need nurturing too, right? The unbalanced relationship will see that and articulate the rejection because you're not letting them lean upon you. And you articulated that you said once you made it out to the surface, you ran into family members who you don't talk to anymore, strained relationships. And effectively what we're potentially seeing is the dream itself is potentially a allegory on the type of trauma that you may feel like you're navigating in relationality to those relationships, right? And you remember them you discussing, and you identified the fact that you said that you started, and again, and I need to stress this too, this is really important. I want to show you the full shape of nature of the pain that you're potentially navigating in relationality to those past wounds. You just came out in the dream, you just came out of a plane crash. You were injured. You were literally in a space by which you're identifying the fact that you are an injured person that is carrying a burn. And what did you identify was the first thing that they said to you in the modality of finding you in that situation? You said that they started discussing money with you and how they didn't have enough to recover from the crash. And the space, and this is the shape. So again, these are the guides showing you the shape of the trauma that you're potentially experiencing in the modality by which another person sees you potentially going into collapse over the pressure that you feel is upon you. And then in the modality by which you potentially receive or go into inevitable collapse, the first question that they have for you is not, are you okay? How are you doing? Is there anything we can do for you? But instead saying, how are you going to pay for this big mess that you created? How are you going to pay for this big mess that you created when we couldn't lean on you the way that we felt inclined to? And so even in that space, what did we see you do? We see you occupying the same exact position that you had in the plane, which is basically you saying to them, you told them, you went immediately into going into seatbelt mode, which is the modality by which you said to them, it's okay. You have the resources, right? The modality by which you immediately went into cleanup to try to right the plane again, in the modality of saying, like, not looking in terms of why the plane fell in the first place, but this space of always being the person to take the responsibility in terms of trying to right the energetic ship or to right the relationship. And the hard part about that is a healthy relationship is energetically reciprocal. It should not require one person to always have to do the energetic heavy lifting. It's the mutual work that we do for one another to keep to keep the relationship in the air. Bottom of the deck on this reading, it's a shadow work dream. And what's hard about a shadow work dream is it often shows us, like, we can't experience things in dreams that we haven't energetically experienced. So the modality by which we see a lot of this coming up is the guides. Like, the guides are almost showing you their perspective in terms of how something would be if you were able to take it into a tangible perspective. So the modality by which, again, it's the understanding that the love that we give to each other should not be energetically dependent upon how much we can lean upon one another, but it's a space by which we can lean on. When we lean together, we become energetically stronger, right? It's the work by which we identify and recognize what we need. And so this is effectively helping you find the relationship that says to you, a healthy relationship is a place by which, when you articulate the fact that you're afraid, or you articulate the fact that you're not feeling like you're not sure how to navigate something, it's not going to make the plane come out of the air, because that's not the responsibility of you as a healthy counterpart. A healthy counterpart work together to get where they need to be, right? It's the conversation that allows for the expectation of possibility. And so I feel like a lot of this is trying to help you, again, see the full force of what you're working through to help you navigate what you may be working into the space of recovering or healing in present partnership. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And guys, make sure to give Bibi some love, also a great reader as well. Good to see you today, dear, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to read for you. I love the dream. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you love the dream coconut. Absolutely. Oh, thank you, Siobhan. Absolutely. Toad ally. Oh, there you go. Siobhan's figured it out. We just need to skip to Toad. There you go. Absolutely. It sounds really intense. And Mill, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yeah, no seatbelt, but a seatbelt. Makes sense. Yes, Kat, the list's open and you've been added to it. Hi there, Annie. I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. Thank you for that gift, BB. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the 4th person read for. But please don't, the way to have questions answered here is not to repeat the same question in the chat. It's not polite to those communicating. So if you'd like the personal reading, all you need to do is send the donation. I felt like I was not secure in my position or seat, even though there wasn't one. Well, that's why you couldn't be, right? If everybody's leaning on you, it doesn't create the opportunity for you to feel energetically comfortable. So it's talking about the inevitable crash having to occupy a position like that would cause within you. Absolutely. Yeah, I have sadness from those past dynamics of my own suffering being neglected. But I want to point out the reason you're having this dream is because you're healing it, right? The guides don't show us things until we're actively in the process of healing from them. So this is almost like the amplification of the guide showing you this to show you how far you've come. I honestly feel like that's been such a common theme in past relationships, but that's what the guides are trying to show you. You being able to articulate upon, and did you see the fact by which you said you felt scared and then the plane crashed? You being able to articulate upon your fears, so long as you're not projecting those fears on another, should not create the dissolution of a partnership. It should create somebody being able to be there for you through those fears. And Lorraine, thank you for the follow. How you doing today? That makes sense. And it's funny because I just got off an actual flight. Oh, there you go. Absolutely. Chris, thank you so much for the follow. Thank God for my partner. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's incredible. I love that for both of you. Oh, thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. You're welcome, dear. I can feel that healing working, which is very encouraging when I'm currently on my journey. Sending you guys so much support on that journey. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, Julia, you've got 2 readings today. Did you want to hold one of those readings or did you want to have both today? Hi there, Esteban. Thank you for recharging your heart me's. Guys, please recharge your heart me's if you'd like an additional animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 cards when we get to free 1 card readings for super fans. Also, those who are members on the place where we keep the videos, you are also eligible for free 1 card readings today if you become a member. Hi there, no problem, Julia. Happy to hold it. Hi there, Esteban. You weren't in the dream because you weren't the source of the trauma. You weren't in the dream because you're not the source of the trauma. This is past trauma stuff here, right? Like that's why, like that, yeah. Oh, thank you for watching my live for 100 minutes, sweet D. I sent you that class link, by the way. I got you, Julia. Highest and best. Hold on a minute. 1 minute. Highest and best angelic guidance, please. But before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have the hind. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And we're doing highest. And guys, please make sure to give Julia some love. Can I get 4 cards for Julia, please? Highest and best. Highest and best angelic guidance. It's a lot of cards. Okay. Ooh, extra card. You know, there's something really powerful coming through in this reading, which is talking about like it's giving me a lot of energy that's almost saying like, if you seek, you'll find, is what I keep on seeing. And the reason I think that that's so important right now is I keep on hearing the same message coming through, which is articulating upon the fact that you're going through this is a season of transition for you. And the thing about, and I keep on hearing, you've got to really recognize, and I keep on hearing, like cocoons are uncomfortable places. Cocoons are uncomfortable places, which is the modality by which you're going to feel out of place, you're going to feel uncomfortable, you're going to be working through a lot of that energy. And I do feel like there's something about you reaffirming to yourself when you're feeling like that, this is a cocoon, which is the modality by which you can say to yourself, this is not where you expect to be permanently. It's the place you need to be to recognize where you need to be next, is what I keep on getting. Because, and I think a lot of that energy that I'm seeing right now is working through, I keep on hearing, working through situations and circumstances that are energetically adaptable to your circumstances, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing, it's giving me a lot of that same energy that I articulated upon about you having to kind of embody some kind of doctor vibration. And the doctor vibration that I keep on picking up is being like, you are perpetually on call, right? Being ready at a moment's notice to break away from somewhere. And I think that there's something important. I think that there's something important about being able to articulate to another person that those are the circumstances that you inhabit that are going to allow you to find the right opportunity for you. And I keep on hearing it should be the first conversation, not the last conversation, right? The modality by which you recognize the circumstances for you that you don't need to circumnavigate it, but the energy that says that's not a big deal here. We can energetically navigate that. That's something that is entirely possible and energetically encouraged. Because, and I think it's interesting too, because I don't know why, but I keep on hearing, look for jobs that get you as close to what you want to do as possible. Which is saying to me, I keep on getting, there's something about doing something. I don't know why it's coming through from your angelic, but I keep on hearing the angelic saying, remember the power of elbows, is what I keep on hearing. And why do I keep on hearing, remember the power of elbows? Because it's saying to me that the power of elbows is working into the space by which you're energetically rubbing elbows with someone. And then you articulate to them and say, like, you get to know them and they do something that feels energetically close or approximate to what you yourself do, is what I keep on getting, because I just keep on seeing these situations coming up for you in like this period of time, and I almost see you like avidly getting better at talking about yourself. And I know how much you cringe upon doing that. But it's funny too, because it's funny because the angelic the angelic that I see beside you is holding a horn, and they're like trying to hold it out to you, which is almost them saying like, you have to toot your own horn. You have to get better. Like, you have to get better at tooting your own horn. And I know how difficult, like I know how difficult that is all I keep on seeing, because there's something there's something that you're healing from, right? There's something that you're healing from that almost feels like somebody that was trying to get you out of the habit of doing that. And I feel like I keep on hearing the angelic saying that was their insecurity that was their insecurity on your on your talent, is what I keep on hearing. Like insecurity, that was someone else's insecurity, like beating the bars against your talent in relationality to articulating and defining. Like I keep on hearing, there's nothing wrong about talking about yourself proudly if there's something that you are energetically proud of doing. But the modality, like like the modality by which, like, I don't know who this is or what I'm seeing. You've never talked too much about yourself in your life. But somebody who only wants, like, you ever pay attention to this? Somebody who only wants the attention driven to them will say to another person, you talk about yourself too much, is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like that's what I keep on getting. Like I keep on hearing energy that I just keep on hearing the same message coming through, which is saying selfish energy will say stop talking about yourself, is what I keep on hearing. Because when selfish energy will say stop talking about yourself, because what they're really saying is talk more about me, is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like selfish energy will say to you stop talking about yourself, because really they're saying you're not talking enough about me, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like in a way it's interesting, because this particular angelic is very it's a very loud angelic, is what I'm getting. It's a very loud angelic, which is like basically saying it's okay. Like it's okay to be proud of the things that you're good at, because if you're not proud about them, how is anybody going to know? If you're not in the space of being able to talk about it, like how are others going to be able to experience and share it? And so I feel like there's a lot of that force of intention that I see that you're working through there. And I think that it's interesting because like I just keep on getting um, like like energy that's not, like they're saying basically like and I keep on hearing this like proud, there's nothing wrong with being proud, as long as it's something that is energetically true, which is you being able to hold that point of pride in terms of the things that you do. But I just keep on getting this message that you've been around a lot of insecure energy. And a lot of insecure energy, what will insecure energy say? Stop making things about you. But everything I keep on seeing on this is like literally like the modality by which another person gravitates towards you. And this is what I meant with the space of others not seeing you with clarity, like the space by which I feel like you might not have recognized the full impact of what you've been healing from. Like, I think that a lot of it almost feels like a lot of energy, like trying to make you feel energetically insecure about yourself, but not in the space by which there was anything that you were doing that was negative, but more in the space by which they were navigating their own insecurity. So I feel like that is a lot of the work that I see that is going to be helped right now, and I'm happy to share that guide with you, because and in all of this work, like I keep on hearing, like the work that you're going to be coming into. I just keep on hearing someone say, confidence looks good on you, right? Like the modality by which you build into that sense of confidence and presence is the space by which I see that this is you taking yourself more seriously. And even in the context by which I see you taking yourself more seriously, I think it's gonna be like, I keep wondering, it's gonna be a process, right? It's gonna be working through those modalities by which you have a lot of those old doubts and fears to crop up. But I keep on hearing, this is the sound of you unlearning toxic cycles that wanted to keep you, that wanted to keep you in a space by which you did not celebrate who you were, because they were in the space by which I keep on hearing, like it's giving me a lot of this, it's giving me a lot of this, like, too big for your britches kind of energy, right? Like it's giving me a lot of this energy that I see that you're recovering from in relationality to another person, articulating upon what it is that you were trying to move towards versus what they were, like how you were making them feel just by being the person that you are. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like I keep on hearing, like, and this is what I get, like I keep on hearing potentially looking for a profession right now that's a confidence booster, is what I get, you know? Like I feel like there's something about that, like looking for some kind of profession that feels like it's a confidence booster, like something specifically that gets you in the position. I know you're going to hate me saying this, but gets you in the position of being very energetically chatty with people that you don't know, or having to articulate and do something in a way, is what I keep on seeing. Because like I don't know why, but I'm getting a lot of this, like I'm getting a lot of this, like, introverted extrovert energy around you, which is like, and I keep on hearing like your guide saying we have to extrovert the introvert. Like we have to extrovert the introvert, which is the energy that says like we have to get you back into the modality by which you feel energetically excited to reach out to others, is what I keep on seeing. And something about you facilitating and doing that work is like, I keep on hearing, they keep on saying we have to extrovert the introvert, which is the modality by which, like, you don't have to be, you can teach yourself to do that, is what I keep on hearing. And there's something about you doing that that is potentially, like, I feel like that's almost you, like, looking at profession as training, in terms of saying like, it's not something I'm great at, but that's why I do it, because I want to get better at it, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. I'm happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 23.1K likes over on the place where we keep over on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And we've got 5 spots open today before the list will be closed. Yes. Staying committed to my one animal for the day has not been working. Makes a lot of sense. Elbow grease. Yeah, definitely old workplace people. They didn't like to see me shine. Oh, Siobhan, I'm sure you'll find it. I really needed to hear that. I've had so many people, especially ex-friends, say that to me, and I was like, is it me? Am I a bad friend? You only talk about you. But this is what I keep on getting. The modality by which, like, the energy, like I keep on hearing the modality by which someone says that, like I keep on hearing the words behind the words are, you're not talking about me more, right? You're not talking about me more. Yeah. Yeah, the projection's so loud it makes us question ourselves. I'm loving this reading. Confidence looks good on you. And Brittany, thank you for the follow. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm an introverted extrovert. Yeah, that's why I kept on hearing your guide say we have to extrovert the introvert. Oh, wonderful, Siobhan. We're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Siobhan. Siobhan, if you're here, can you please respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You'll be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the B. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay, and we're doing a general right now for Siobhan. I'm going to pin up Siobhan here. Guys, make sure to give Siobhan some love. Can I please get 3 cards for Siobhan, please? Oh, who is this that we talk? Who is this? I can't. It is not your job to explain to someone, like, the benefits of being in partnership. And often the modality by which we feel like we need to sell relationship to another person is exactly the sound of us potentially moving away from someone, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that there's something, I feel like there's something really important about that, because it says to me, like, I see somebody who has just locked themselves out of your life. And the thing about it is, and I keep wondering, like, the space by which they want to be a part of your life, but they don't want to be the central part, is what I keep on getting. Here's the thing about it. Periphery relationships destroy the possibility of true partnership. You have to write that down for the next time that this person comes around. All right? Write it down. Periphery relationships destroy the possibility of true partnership. Periphery relationship destroy the possibility of true partnership, because the modality by which another person wants to occupy your time, right? wants a piece of your time that should be better spent building into a healthy relationship, like I keep on hearing, none of this distraction. It's a distraction, right? It's a distraction. Don't let somebody saying to you, I would like to be a distraction in your life, get in the way of a healthy relationship. And I think that that's something really, really important, because, even in the space, like, and here's the thing about it, it's okay. Like, it is okay at times, right? I keep on hearing healthy adults can have limited relationships, right? And what do I mean by that? By saying healthy adults can have limited relationships. They can have limited relationships in relationality to recognizing and appreciating the limitation of a manifestation goal in terms of how far a relationship can develop, right? The modality by which another person says, this is all it will be, this is all it will ever be, and we are adults and we are okay with navigating that, but not, and here's the thing about it, but not in the context of trying to build into healthy relationship, because the ability to perceive how another person sees that can create the space of another person feeling very, very insecure as they're trying to build into healthy partnership with you, right? The modality by which it can create a confusing environment for another person in relationality to what one's own prioritization point is. So, and I think that this is really important right now, because I literally see some kind of situation, like, especially if this is some kind of on again, off again thing, especially if you notice a tendency of every time you start to build into a relationship with someone, this person comes back, right? None of this remember me. None of this remember me energy. And I think I keep wondering, remember me wants to live on the periphery. Remember me wants to live on the periphery, which is the energy that says, I don't want to necessarily commit entirely to you, but I like having an energetic connection to you, right? I feel like it's somebody who says you're a nice to have, not a need to have. Nice to have, not a need to have will destroy anything fundamental that you're trying to build with another person. Because, and that's what I mean, do not get into the habit of saying, well, maybe if I hold on to that person long enough, they'll change their song. It is not your responsibility to change their song. It is, they can be like that their whole life. And I guarantee you that when this person sees you in healthy partnership, they're going to realize that you are completely honest about what they could have had with you. They're missing out on the opportunity of a lifetime, because they do not believe how good it could be. And I'm saying this as a point of importance right now, because I see you kind of going through a transitional phase. I don't know if this is something by which you and another person are repeating some kind of energetic cycle, but I keep on hearing, like, no conversation, like none of this, like, I keep on, and I know how hard it is. Like, if they're not giving you the relationship that you aspire for them, walk away. Do not get in an argument with them. Like, do not get into a standoff in terms of saying to them, this is what I know how hard it is, right? I know how hard it is. Because like, and especially if the first words that this person has coming back is perpetually, I miss you, I can't stay away from you, that's an addiction. Okay? When somebody is not willing to commit to you, but then says, I can't stay away from you, that's not healthy. That is addiction mentality. You are not another person's addiction. You are their commitment. You are not another person's addiction. You are their commitment. And if they cannot energetically commit you, do not let them try to act to treat you like you are that you are that beautiful thing that adds like a je ne sais quoi, right? That adds a je ne sais quoi to someone's like experience, because, and I feel like it's important because I see you going through a maturation cycle right now. And somebody who has not matured will find this to be romantic, right? Often the space I see something like this, one person says, oh, it's so romantic what's between us. It's not romantic, it's tragic. It's not romantic, it's tragic. Not being able to fully commit to a relationship, there's nothing romantic about that. It's a tragedy, because especially if you are continually articulating to another that that's what you want, and they're continually articulating the fact that if you, and I keep wondering, like, if you wait, like you have to wait enough for them to be ready. Some energy is in a perpetual state of waiting. They could be like that today, tomorrow, could change tomorrow, could change 20 years from now, could never change. Do not, no hold music in terms of what another person's giving you. Bottom of the deck, I think that this is really important because I feel like this is something from the past. I see you moving forward into something right now that feels positive. And I want to point out, energy like this, whatever this coming towards you, give it a chance. Okay? Healthy energy is not going to sweep you off your feet because it's not a move. Healthy energy is not going to sweep you off your feet because it's not a move, which means it grows, it gets stronger over time, but you have to give it the time it takes to build into that energetic relationship, because I literally see a situation by which you're healing from somebody with zero boundaries. And zero boundaries can often make us feel like I'll never have something like that again. You will, but it'll have all the joys of the person with no boundaries, but with the stability of someone that actually cares about how you feel. But you only if you give someone the time to show you, right, that they have hidden depths. And that's the thing about it, right? Healthy energy isn't going to reveal themselves to you immediately because they're also working on building into what feels energetically stable. It's going to take some time. And even in the space, like I keep on seeing you like going towards something and being like, give it a minute. I keep on hearing hidden depths is often the modality by which the first time you meet someone or the first few times, you don't know what's there, because that is the sound of someone who's being very careful not to open up too quickly. And I keep on getting this. Healthy energy, there could be a lot there. They're just waiting for the right opportunity to explore further with you. Thank you so much for having this reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. And you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Absolutely. Oh, are you going to say Hind? That's wild. I'm not the source of trauma, exactly. No, you are not on the trauma plane. Yes. Staying committed to one animal for the day. Makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Julia. Elbow grease. Absolutely, Rachel. Definitely old workplace people. They didn't like to see me shine. Sending you support on that journey. Yep. Absolutely. And I feel like you're like, and here's the thing about it, like everything I keep on seeing, like, absolutely. Yeah, drinking your water if you haven't had any today. Exactly. Thank you, dear. Thank you for my crown, dear. Yep. Also, you deserve to be in spaces if you want to see you shine. Absolutely. Oh, you wanted a picture of the reading. I apologize. So you could see the cards. You should be able to, are you, so Siobhan, were you able to take a screen cap of the cards? Because if not, what you probably can do, so we can, I can, if you email me, I can make you a video of the reading where the cards are appearing. I usually offer that for an additional 15 if that's something you're interested in. But I was hoping that you'd be able to see the cards that were on the table. You're a music teacher. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, believe what they show you. Super important. No, you're welcome, dear. Absolutely. Peace and joy to you as well. But that's why I said don't let somebody, like, don't let remember me spoil something beautiful that's happening between you and another person, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you for that, dear Kat. Thank you for reaching level 34. Absolutely. No problem, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Ava. It's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. If you'd like to get on the list today, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and Lyo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. It's on the disco. Thank you. And for anybody who's interested in getting on the list today, we do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love readings. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Hi there, Team Osana. How you doing today? I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the sow. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Ava here. Make sure to give Ava some love. I moved back to my hometown last week after being away for a few years. It doesn't really feel like home anymore, as I no longer feel a strong sense of community or many friends here. Most have either moved away for university or we've lost touch over time. Could we read on how I might move closer to my soul family and whether I'm likely to connect with them while living here? Maybe also how I can navigate feelings of disconnection. I've got you, dear. 2 more, please. I feel like there's a big message coming through here in relationality to following your bliss, or an opportunity to, like, I keep on hearing the liberty to follow a creative endeavor. Like you're in a very unique time in your life is what I keep on getting. I keep on hearing like there's a modality of moving to move the despair into a sense of energetic freedom. And I keep on getting the freedom that I'm identifying, like the freedom that I'm identifying in relationality to a circumstance or situation. It feels like it's articulating upon the fact that, you know, you can be like, you can effectively be anywhere right now. And what's interesting about that is I feel like there's something important right now. And I don't know why, but I keep on trying to do this reading. It keeps on moving into the professional space, which is saying that the ability to effectively, like the ability to be able to find the place that's for you right now is, and it's funny too, because I keep on hearing, remember when I said that there's a lot of cloister energy around you? It's like you have to break the cloister energy, which says potentially looking for some kind of work or doing something that allows you to go to a lot of different places, is what I keep on hearing. Like work that is effectively sightseeing, or the modality by which you get to travel to a lot of different places, because I keep on hearing you're not traveling, you're scouting. You're not traveling, you're scouting, which is you're on, like you are on the hunt for immaculate vibes. So I feel like that's that's what you need to write down right now. Like that is what your purpose is. You're on the hunt for immaculate vibes. You're talking about soul family, but the space by which I see that you're navigating that is a space by which you're going to effectively arrive somewhere and be like, I could see myself here. I could see myself being very happy here. I could see myself growing something here. And that's going to effectively allow you to be able to explore something in a way that you haven't before. But I do feel like the thing about it, and I think that you've kind of recognized it, is, you know, the place that you're in right now, I keep on getting like, I feel like the one card that's coming through on this that is not, that's in its reversal in the best way possible, is the Ace of Wands. And I don't mind seeing an Ace of Wands in its reversal because an Ace of Wands in its reversal talks to us about the energetic prioritization point being one by which we feel energetically inspired. And so I feel like that, like, especially, I keep on hearing if there is a dovetailing, that's happening right now. And what do I mean? What do I mean by a dovetail? A dovetail being a modality by which you're both looking for profession and you're also not sure where you want to be. Finding an energetic profession that allows you to travel perpetually is going to effectively create the space by which you can start to build into the understanding and recognition of where you aspire to be in the long term. Because everything I keep on getting here is like you on an energetic mission. And I keep on hearing the cloister needs to go missionary, but like the reason I keep on hearing the cloister needs to go missionary is the space by which you're going to different places to see where you feel like you will effectively be able to be your best version of self and to thrive in the best way possible. Now, in relationality to where you are now, I think that you kind of recognize that, like, I feel like the space by which you can be there, and I feel like even in a way, like the space that you are now feels like it's a blessing. You know, it feels like there's some home base energy there, right? It feels like, you know, the reaffirmation of that energy being such, it says it's not going anywhere, right? Like I almost see the space by which you can kind of look towards where you are now as your home base, right? Something that you can go back towards to restore and recharge as you're continuing to go through that journey of being able to discover the place by which you feel like you truly want to set roots down. Because I keep on getting that there is a move ahead for you. And that move, like I keep on hearing, like that next move is where I really see you setting some roots. Like I just keep on getting like the next move for you is going to be deeply rooted, which is the modality by which I see you finding the right place and being like, this is where I aspire and desire to be. This is my everywhere, is what I keep on hearing. And this is my everywhere, basically meaning like this is everything that I've been looking for in a location. And there's something about that too. Like it's interesting because I don't think you've ever been there before. I don't think you've been here. Like, it feels a little bit, it's feeling very populated, but off the beaten path, is what I keep on hearing. It's feeling very populated, but off the beaten path. I don't know why there's like a word. There's a location that's coming through. I'm just going to write it down. I'll share it with you privately. And I don't know if there's like a connection with that energy, but it like, I just keep on hearing it's a very niche location, is what I keep on hearing. It's very niche. It's very art focused. It's off the beaten path. And that's what I keep on getting, because it's like, it's almost saying to me, it's like, it's like a creative cloister, is what I keep on getting. Like something that feels like a place. I keep on hearing somewhere that feels like a place by which it's very like, there's like a busyness around you, but also in the space by which it's busy, it allows you the context of being able to really focus on getting on, like, I don't know why, like being able to like follow some kind of creative pursuit that you've been having your heart set on for quite some time. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with that Wheel of Fortune in its reversal. Like, I see the fact that you've been traveling a lot, you know? Like, I keep on hearing that, like, I know you haven't found what you're looking for, but that's what I keep on getting. Just because you haven't found what you're looking for doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. And like, I keep on hearing like, this is a time by which you can celebrate the fact that there's room to explore, because I keep on seeing like, this is the conversation that you potentially have to have with others in terms of like navigating through something. Because I keep on hearing you're not, like, I keep on hearing you're not being fickle if you're looking for something, is what I keep on hearing. You're not being fickle if you're looking for something. But I actually, and that's what I meant about looking in more places but not sticking into them so much, because being able to do something that allows you to see a lot of different places right now is potentially like the space by which I keep on hearing, like the space by which you're getting your bearings and being able to effectively like look around in a lot of different places, and not necessarily committing to them entirely, but just like having the ability. And that's what I meant, like potentially connecting a profession to it right now, like something that creates the space by which you can travel a lot to be able to effectively find the place that you ultimately end up or desire to energetically be, right? And that's what I keep on getting with like the Wheel of Fortune, which is the ability of allowing for that not to be like, that's giving me something here that says that it's not perpetual. It's something that effectively, like, it's a very unique time in your life that's giving you the possibility of effectively exploring something in such a, I keep hearing exploring something in such a, like, I feel like I just see, like, I feel like I see you doing something, and you're like, you're here, you're there, you're everywhere, right? And something about you doing that, like, helping you to effectively like focus or get your bearings in terms of like what you effectively desire, aspire to be in going forward. And I'll send you the name of the place that was coming through, because I don't know why one of your guys was putting a word before me very strongly. But I think that is like, it's interesting, because I just keep on hearing the same message coming through, which is saying, not saying where do I want to go, but saying what do I want to do, because something about you doing something that allows you to be able to explore is going to effectively help you solve or resolve some kind of feeling of some feeling of dissatisfaction that you have right now in relationality. Like, I keep on getting this like this type of energy, like now what, right? Like, I keep on now what, everything, right? It's like, it's almost saying to me, like, you don't have to choose, you can choose everything, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, Team Olsana. And thank you, Joy, for those gifts. Absolutely. It is exciting. The world is your oyster, exactly. Yes, I moved through a lot of that throughout the years. Excellent. 4 different countries in the last 5 years. Thank you for confirming. Grand Rising, Joy. I like that. You're not fickle if you're looking for something. Exactly. I'm afraid I can't read what you wrote, Viva. So if you can translate it, I'd appreciate it. Shirley, thank you for sharing the live. Kat, having horrible issues. Sending you support. So Kat, I know you're next on the list. I want to make sure that you're not having glitch issues. We're streaming live right now across the place where we keep the videos and the place where we keep the photos. So if it's amenable, if you want to switch to one of those locations to have the reading, I can hold the reading for a moment so that we make sure that you're not having any issues on it. I was thinking about starting a channel to embrace, oh, that's wild. But yeah, I feel like that's what I mean in terms of like channeling or doing something that channels your creativity. Okay, excellent. And again, Viva, I apologize. I'm not sure. I can't read what you're writing. If you want to translate it, I'm happy to read it. Thank you. So Kat, are you good now? Excellent. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you are tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. And it's a great time to get on the list right now, because if you get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. All right. One moment, please. Just reading over the comments. For anybody who's interested, we do here highest priority messages from Spirit, life path readings, dream interpretation, mind, body, spirit readings. 1 minute. 1 moment, please. There we go. Akashic, angelic, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings. And if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. All right, and the next person we're reading for today, Kat, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if you've already posted your question, Kat, I haven't seen it. Okay, I got you. All right, before we continue right now, let's go ahead and warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. So just reading over your question, Kat, in relationality to a job, we never put our autonomy in the deck. the deck is there for effective guidance in relationality to keeping in mind things that we need to keep in mind as we're making choices. So I'm happy to read for you in relationality to what we're effectively seeing in terms of that work. If you're comfortable with us reading in that capacity, just confirm and I'll be happy to read for you on that topic. And just a reminder to anybody joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Just waiting for you to confirm, Kat. And Kat, can you just, I'm not seeing you, I know that you're having feed issues, so I want to make sure, okay, hi there, Dale, how are you doing? I just want to make sure that that you're still here before I get started on the reading. All right, if Kat is not, okay, so I'm speaking directly to Kat, not Dale. Dale, this is a reading I'm doing for another individual. So, excellent. So, Kat, you're not responding, so I'm going to assume that you stepped out of the room before we continue. So I'm going to hold on your reading unless I hear back from you. So while we wait for Kat's question, while we wait for Kat to confirm, we are going to get started on one card readings for subscribers. If you are a super fan who would like a card pulled, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a super fan, just go ahead and hit that super fan button at the bottom of the screen. Your super fan status will make you eligible for a one card. And if you are a super fan who would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card reading, all you need to do is make sure that you're recharging your heart me's, and that will make you eligible for a one card as well. And just a reminder to anybody who missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. And for anybody, oh, wonderful. Hi there, Kat. Perfect. So as I mentioned, as long as you're comfortable with the fact that we don't look at the cards to make decisions for us, but just looking for advisement around it, no, it's okay. That's why I wanted to make sure, because I know that you said that you're having some issues. So just a reminder, as we're doing this reading, if there's any feed issues, we're also streaming live right now on the place where we keep the videos and the place where we keep the photos. Can I please get, can I get one card, can I get 3 cards, please, for Kat? Highest priority messages from Spirit. Thank you. In relationality to that determination and decision. Yeah, I mean, it feels to me, I don't know why I keep on hearing something in relationality to ownership issues is what I'm picking up on. You know, I don't know why I'm picking up on something here, but I feel like what I'm noticing is the ability of navigating something that feels energetically too close to home on something. Like I feel like there was some kind of hard decision that you're making. But I keep on getting the space by which it feels like a hard decision is it almost feels like how do I describe this? You know, like I want to describe this as like I literally like I feel like I keep on hearing a healthy job does not damage a stream for you is what I keep on getting. Like a healthy job does not damage an income stream, is all I keep on hearing. Like I keep on hearing a healthy job for you would work in parallel to an income stream. And I don't know why I'm picking up on something here by which some kind of determination point, um, like it almost feels like it feels like something that you have to like, and it feels like another person, like trying to articulate to another person in a certain way about the fact that it would, um, I don't know why I keep on hearing like something confusing in relationality to ownership is what I keep on getting. So like the modality by which you be doing something that feels too much like something that you're currently doing, that would potentially create like some kind of confusion. I keep on hearing some kind of confusion by proxy that would be like, I keep on hearing compliment or confusing is what I keep on getting. And I want to point out something that complements, right? Something that complements is often something that is energetically adjacent to something that we do, is what I keep on hearing. So doing something that energetically complements is the modality by which you do something that doesn't affect a stream, but in a way creates a new stream of a new stream for you. But I feel like that's what I keep on picking up upon, whatever this decision that you're making is like recognizing, especially if there's, I keep wondering, especially if there's something that you do, um, especially if there's something that you do that's energetically independent, right? Like the modality, like I just keep on hearing the same message coming through from your guides, which says a healthy stream doesn't damage the stream that you currently have, which is saying if there's something that you're currently doing that brings things towards you, the modality of doing something else that would allow you the ability of doing, like I keep hearing, like both things, or trying to do something even more effectively, right? Like I just keep on getting it's the space by which you're finding something that is supportive. Like it's saying to me, it's supportive of something that you're actively doing, but doesn't require you to energetically erase. I keep on, it doesn't require you to erase or change like how you're facing things, is what I keep on getting. Like there's something very significant about that. And I think that there's something important there, because like I feel like I see some kind of circumstance or situation by which you're navigating a pinch, right? And I keep on hearing like the space by which we navigate a pinch can often make us doubt, what we're doing, right? But I keep on hearing like and this is all I keep on hearing, because like I keep on getting, there was something about that feels like, it feels like a step backward, right? Like it's saying to me like there's something about that feels like a step backward, which is the modality by which you feel like you're trying to effectively, like you never want to be in a space by which you feel like you're retreating back into something because something isn't going the way that, especially in a pinch. Because I keep wondering the difference between navigating a pinch that requires us to take a step backward versus, I keep wondering, you can navigate a pinch and step forward, which is the modality by which you try to do something in a way that you haven't done it before, or the space by which you recognize or identify, like I keep on hearing, like trying to expand upon something, or trying to tell someone what you're currently doing in relationality to like what that vision is. Bottom of the deck on this reading right now, yeah, especially with the Page of Wands, you know, It's almost saying to me, allowing the vision to guide you, right? And I don't know why. Like I don't know what it is about that position. Like I don't know what it is about that position. Like something you're doing that almost creates a space by which you're like hoping that they don't see, like you, like again, hoping that they don't see some part of you is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing a healthy place for you is going to embrace all parts of you, is what I keep on hearing. A healthy place for you is going to embrace all parts, which is the modality by which they see you, and they see everything that you're bringing to the table as a benefit, right? And that's what I want you to write down. The right table for you is going to see everything you bring to the table as a benefit. Everything you bring to the table as benefit, which is the energy that says, like, the space by which the more they come to know about you, the more they come to love what you're energetically doing, the more that they're even more eager to energetically work with you. And I think that that's something that's really important there. And that's what I keep on getting in relationality to a step backwards, like making sure that you're not doing something that feels like it's making you kind of move back, like making you feel like it's moving you back into a space by which, like, you didn't feel like you could be your authentic self, or the space by which you felt like, I keep on hearing like the space by which you felt like you had to effectively, I don't know why I keep on hearing tone something down or dilute something is what I keep on hearing. You know, there's something really significant that I see in relationality to that decision. And so I feel like that is your energetic confirmation point in relationality to what direction to go into. I just keep on saying, like, your guides are articulating to write down the table that's for you is going to be eager about everything that you bring to it. The table that's for you is going to be eager about everything that you bring to it, which is the modality by which the more they come to learn about you, the more excited they are to have you, not the space by which you feel like you need to effectively, like, stop doing something in order to effectively persist within something, is all I keep on hearing. Thank you so much, Kat, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Yep. Hi there, dear. No, it's no problem. Nothing to apologize for. Yeah, that's what I was seeing there, Kat. And Ava, thank you for those gifts. All right, we're going to continue right now. The list is now open. If you would like to get on the list and have a full reading, you will be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are going to get started on 1 card readings for subscribers. So if you are a super fan who would like a card pulled, just go ahead and put your question in the comments, and I'll be happy to pull a card for you. If you'd like to become a super fan, hitting that super fan will make you eligible for a 1 card. And if you are a super fan who would like an additional card in your spread, please, an animal spirit guide card, make sure that you're recharging your heart needs. Excellent. A card for Sweet D. For what I should make my priority, please, right now. It feels to me like expanding your network, getting before more people, talking to people about what it is that you're trying to do. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this like 5 of Swords energy, in its reversal. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the Five of Swords energy in its reversal is like. I feel like there's this. I feel like don't get too overly focused in relationality to the past. Working. I keep wondering, like, working in a practical way in relationality to what it is that you're trying to shore up, or what it is that you're trying to do that you haven't done before, is what I keep on getting. Absolutely. Thank you, dear. All right. One moment, please. Minnie, one card on partnership, please, for Minnie. This is like the Four of Swords. Like, I feel like I see a situation by which you and another person are finally able to find some like point of rest, like some kind of observation and relationality to like building peace between you and another person. And I feel like in a way, like, I feel like I think that this is like a new experience for you. Like somebody sees you as their peace. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially like this Five of Swords. It doesn't want to leave the bottom of the deck right now. I think one of the hardest things between you and another person is navigating a lot of the trauma triggers potentially coming up, right? Like situations or circumstances by which, another person was like, I feel like you and another person have very similar triggers in relationality to, I keep wondering, like, you're healing your relationship to silence right now, right? And I feel like you and another person are working through that experience by which, like, another person, like, you had an experience with someone that when you heard silence, you were worried that like the silence was like pregnant with anger, right? It's like, I feel like the thing you have to say to each other is, if there's something wrong, promise you'll tell me. So that way you can continue to expand or heal that relationship to silence even more. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the water dragon here, right? Like, I feel like this is you and another person having very similar wounds in relationality to energy that used to harbor things. So making sure that you're not harboring things, just talking about them as they come up is what I keep on hearing. Ava, one card. I fell asleep during my meditation today. I think I was dreaming about R. Why? I think that they think about you a lot. Their thoughts return to you. And so I feel like in a way, like your thoughts are drawn to them as well. Yeah, there's that Empress energy, you know? I feel like I need to point this out. Some energy is always nostalgic for the energy that got away. Yeah, especially with the fire dragon, it's like saying to me, like somebody who's deeply within nostalgia, right? Who the last, like, you keep on hearing, the last person they were in connection with was always the best they ever had, because they don't. It's, I keep on hearing nostalgia. It's a convenient, like the past is a convenient place to be in relationship because everything's beautiful there and nothing hurts. Sweet D, these are one card readings for super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Chrissy, one card regarding connection, please. I feel like I see somebody trying to make better choices. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like there's a little bit of this I feel like this is somebody who has a tendency of idolizing energy. And I keep on hearing, like, the modality by which we idolize others it does not create the space by which we see them clearly, you know? And I keep on hearing, this, like, when you see somebody that you idolize, you have to look at how much joy they carry, not where they are, but like whether they're actually happy is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, like, again, like Raven, like I almost feel like, and I want to point this out, like somebody who cares about us will often say something like, don't don't make the same mistakes that I did, right? It's like the identification point of another person. Like usually you can tell the energy to trust in the modality by which another person isn't constantly going around giving energetic advice in relationality to how others like how others should do things, you know? Like I like to point out like it's like the energy that is the energy that that doesn't give advice before they ask questions is what I keep on seeing, right? The modality of another person getting getting the full shape of something beyond what we're energetically telling them is what I keep on seeing, you know? Yep. One moment, please. And thank you for those gifts, Gabrielle. I forgot to ask if the list is open. Yeah, no, Kat, the list is open. I apologize. I didn't see the baby dragon sent. But if you sent it, then you're on the list. Yep, absolutely. And so, Kath, you're actually the next person we're reading for. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. So please hold on 1 cards. Alexandra, good to see you. Advice from higher self for the day, please. You know, I feel like this is one of those, like, I need to stress this, you know, I feel like it's the modality by which I see, like the space by which we recognize and identify what we do is often like I feel like it's you kind of having to like pick up the slack for energy that like it's almost saying to me like it's working through the modality of others appreciating like your own strength around things. You know what I mean? Like I don't know why, but I feel like I keep on hearing like this is a sound of you becoming an energetic rock in someone else's experience. Yeah, like the modality with the Queen of Cups, you know? Like there's a little bit of that energy. Like it almost feels like someone saying like I'm sorry I ever doubted you. You know, like there's some kind of energy there that I'm seeing in relationality to I don't know why, like somebody feeling like they misjudged you, you know? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the ram energy. Like I feel like you know, I'll never understand energy that like I'll never understand energy that feels like they need to give another person a hard time to be able to feel energetically secure. You know what I mean? Like it's saying to me like it's like I feel like you know like it's like it's giving me the type of energy of somebody who like seeing somebody else like being very tough. And like when you meet someone who's energetically tough and you being like, I'm not afraid of you. Like I feel like it's them being like I almost see you saying something like I grew up with tough. You know what I mean? Like I grew up with tough. You're so welcome, Minnie. Absolutely, Ava. Yeah. And thank you as well, dear. You're welcome, Chrissy. Julia, 1 card highest and best, please. Yeah, we got the King of Cups there, which is saying of like working through experiences by which I feel like this is you finally coming into contact with energy that's as sensitive as you are, is what I keep on seeing. And I like to point out extra sensitive energy needs loving, empathic energy around them, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with that Queen of Cups, you know, the modality by which I feel like I keep on hearing somebody who cares about you loves to hear about you, right? Somebody who cares about you loves to hear about you is all I keep on hearing. You know, animal spirit guide. Especially with that dog energy. The space by which, you know, the space by which another person articulates upon, I feel like that's what I mean, like some kind of energy that was looking towards you to effectively, like I keep on hearing, like you having to say to somebody, like you're not there, like the modality by which you're not there to pat another person's ego is the modality by which another person articulates and says you talk about yourself too much, because they're effectively reflecting the fact that they're looking for relationships that are obsessed with them, right? Like when someone says you're talking about yourself too much, you're basically saying, like, I'm obsessed with myself, I want you to talk more about me, is what I keep on hearing. You know, like where is the self obsession like springing from? Hi there, Goose. How you doing today? Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you to say. Hi there, Miranda. I got you, Kath. Thank you. Okay, I got you on the list. Sending you so much support, Julia. Worked hard to move towards my tribe. You're continuing to do that. People trying to be mean to have power, always cringing. You know, it really is. It's like I feel like it's like it's not like I just see you, like I see a lot of energy that, like, I feel like there's something you don't realize, that you unmoor big egos, because the modality by which someone throws their weight around, you being like, are you done? You know? Are you done? Are you done? I'm not, that's a big ego there. I'm not really impressed by it. Grand Rising, Yuga, how you doing today? All right. Yep. All right. The next person on the list right now is Kath. Kath, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And again, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. We've got 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. Ooh, we're doing Akashic. I got you, dear. Yep. All right. And before we continue right now on that Akashic, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Hi there, dear. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and where were we? We're doing Akashic right now for Kath. I'm going to pin up Kath here. Guys, make sure to give Kath some love. 4 cards, please, Akashic. Oh, man. You know, here's the thing about... I feel like there's something like... I feel like there's something that you're working on healing in your Akashic in relationality to feeling left out of things, is what I keep on seeing. you know? Um, and I need to like, I need to stress this, you know, like the space by which we work through something is like, I keep on hearing you're here to help others understand what personal responsibility means. And the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to personal responsibility, which is the modality by which nobody is left out of anything. We are invited to everything, which is the and I feel like this is something that like you yourself are like working through in like a big way. And I keep on getting this because um you know, like, and it's funny too because like I'm getting this like I'm getting this like and it's funny too that like about this, hold on a minute, I gotta, yeah, okay. Oh, it's going to be part of this reading, isn't it? Oh my gosh, no. Oh no. Okay, it's fine. Hey, the reason I'm articulating that I'm frustrated is because like it was literally as I'm giving this reading, I was like, I got like this huge sneeze coming on. I even knew it. I'm like, the sneeze is not going to happen. It came and it went just as quickly, which is like working through. And I feel like this is what you try to help someone understand, right? The feeling of our own like excitement should not be predicated upon waiting for things, right? The space by which we feel energetically excited should be the modality by which we arrive towards them, right? It's it's the space by which we answer the call of our own excitement in terms of what it is that we're feeling called forth to do. And I see you as someone who gets that. And there's not a lot of people that get that. It's very frustrating because, like, it's often the space by which one goes through that feeling of excitation and one looks around and being like, I feel like something's going to happen. I feel like something's going to happen. And being like, answer the call, right? Like, answer the call. like, why do you feel that way, right? Like, it's not the modality, it's not the state by which one articulates upon like what one is trying to do, but rather the state by which one allows that energy to guide one forward in relationality to feeling the inclination of that direction. And I feel like that's something that's very important that I'm seeing in your Akashic, because I would not be surprised if you've had to go through a lot of those experiences with someone that often articulates the feeling, like working through the feeling of being energetically left out. And I keep on hearing, um, more times than not, energy that's feeling left out is in the space by which they're looking for like a personal invitation to things. And that's what I keep on hearing. Like, it's the modality by which you have to say to someone that is something that you work to clear or to heal within the self, right? The modality by which you effectively, and often, and this is what happens, like often the energy that's constantly getting caught up in the particulars, right? Like gets moves away from something because it feels like they bring drama with them, right? It's the modality of like, it's like the modality of someone being too caught in their own headspace, by which they're always reading things into the most harmless circumstances or situations. And I just keep on seeing that like a lot of the work that you're here to do is helping someone get out of their own way, which is basically having to say, like, what you're creating, like again, like what somebody goes through up here, being like, well, this happened, and then I thought this, and I thought that, and I did this, and being like, but did any of that actually happen? Or was it all just happening in here, right? Because often I keep on seeing sometimes there are gauntlets before us. Like sometimes there are actually gauntlets before us. And sometimes the gauntlet is up here. And when you carry the gauntlet up here, it makes things much more complicated out here. And so I feel like that is what I kind of see you, like that's what I keep on seeing in your Akashic. You're here to help clear others' gauntlets, which is the modality of, again, somebody getting out of their own way to be able to recognize how simple it can be when they're not energetically overthinking it. But I feel like the hard part about that is you've had to navigate a lot of ridiculousness in relationality to energy making things overly complicated. Is what I keep on. The reason you're so good at that is because you've had to deal with a bunch of energy, like constantly playing. I keep hearing like, ugh, like energy that plays like 4D chess all the time. Like I like to point this out, and this is what's wild. Like this is what's wild when you're around someone that's like too bright. Is like somebody who's too bright, too brilliant for their own good is often the sound of someone who's constantly seeing people playing checkers and they think it's 4D chess. Right? It's literally the energy of having to navigate someone who makes things more complicated than they need to be because everybody around them is playing checkers. Everyone around them is being absolutely authentic. Everyone around them is being as real as possible. But they're seeing head games where head games don't exist. They're seeing everything the complexity of a mind that makes everything a power struggle. Because they're so twisted up in their own brain that they can't just recognize the sound of others helping them and doing everything they can to try to help them as much as possible. And I feel like that's the type of energy that I'm seeing. Like I feel like that is like the energy, like that is the gift that others have having you in their experience, is being able to feel how refreshing and easy it can be in relationality to somebody who just articulates how they feel and does the work to effectively clear something of all complexity. But at the same time, you having to kind of go through experience after experience with energy that claims that they desire that, and then you get in relationship with them and you see exactly what the problem is, right? You're like, oh, and this is often what happens, right? Like often the energy that's constantly talking about the fact that the world's against them, being like, the world, I don't see the world against you. I see somebody who is energetically invested in making something as hard as possible in relationality to how they're perceiving things, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, bottom of the deck. Like I feel like that's really painful. Because it says to me you've had to have a lot of situations with energy. I keep on hearing a lot of help me energy, right? A lot of only like it's give me like help me, you're my only hope kind of energy, right? I would not be surprised if there's energy that once they move away from you, like they try to like, I keep on hearing like you can hear. It's interesting because I believe we pulled the dog before we did this reading. I wouldn't be surprised if you often feel like you can hear the sound of energy howling for you, which is the energy that often articulates the fact that they were making your life as difficult as possible at every given moment until you finally recognized that there was nothing else that you could energetically do to help them because they were not invested in doing the work themselves. And then even now the modality by which they still long for you or miss you in the space of understanding, and this is what we learn, we are not here to save each other. And often the modality by which another person sees the world in the space of feeling like someone should save them from it is exactly why the world is so hard for someone, because that is somebody who is asking things from the world instead of giving forth towards them. So I feel like there's a lot of that energy by which you've had to navigate a lot of energy in lack mentality, but then also feeling that energetic pull in relationality to trying to articulate that they need you, but they need everything, right? They're constantly, I keep on hearing, needy, like needy is as needy does, and the ability to articulate a true need, and that's the irony of it. Usually energy that is truly, right? Usually an energy that's truly in need is not in the modality of asking for things, but often energy that is articulating upon how difficult things are or how hard the world is often creating the space by which you have to look at the context and say, well, what are you demanding from it, that it becomes so, that it feels so energetically difficult for you. And so I feel like that's really difficult, because I see the sound of you moving towards your life path is moving away from demanding energy. And even in the context by which I feel like you'll know that this is happening, because it's the energy that articulates that you're making something, like they demand that they want you in your life, right? And then when they're in your life, they make it seem like you're making their life more difficult, right? Because until you recognize the fact that that's how they treat those around them. And then in the space by which you finally step away from them, because there's nothing else that you can do, they try to articulate that you are the one that is abandoning them. Because even in the modality, because they're constantly in the space by which things are happening to them instead of giving forth towards them. So I feel like this is the journey of you finding energy that gives back in the same way that you do. And it's hard, because I keep on seeing a lot of that energy is potentially working through a bunch of energy. I keep on hearing needy energy will always articulate that you're failing them when you're not giving them everything. And and I feel like the breakthrough for you is when you recognize and realize that, instead of feeling like you can correct that, but just recognizing that it's not your journey to correct, but it's just to observe whether they're in that modality, is what's moving you towards those healthy relationships. Animals, bottom of the, and that's also really energetically hard. And I feel like I'm called to give you an animal spirit guide card, right? Because even in the modality and capacity by which that works through, right? I feel like a lot of that energy, like you're coming into you're coming into that healthy reciprocity. But a lot of that work is I keep wondering, like, having to dispel a lot of, like, I keep wondering, like, the space by which we're able to, and I like to point out, like, this is why we don't articulate against energy like that, because usually energy like that, after enough time passes, others realize it too, right? Like, it's the I would not be surprised if you felt like you've had those modalities by which another person tells, like, a story about you that's just, like, I keep on hearing, straight up not true, right? Like, just the modality by which another person tries to effectively, like, you being energetically quiet as you try to navigate trauma, and then even in the modality by which you walk away from it, another person tries to articulate that you caused trauma to them, is what I keep on seeing. Like, that's what I keep on getting. Like, energy in that capacity tells on themselves, because it's the song, right? It's the song of harm, that even as they sing it, and when I keep on hearing the energy around them hears the song of harm enough, that they suddenly realize that that person is the source of the harm. That they're singing, I keep on hearing they're singing their own song, which is the modality by which another person tries to articulate something that you did to them. But in the context of repeating the song more than once, others realize that they're doing that to everyone around them, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, dear. Yeah. So Siobhan, an Akashic is being able to read about like the prioritization point on what your path of purpose is. So it's beyond a life path reading. It's understanding like one of the main priorities in relationality to the direction of your life path and what you're effectively here on like on this plane to try to work through. Yeah, I agree. I encounter people who are overthinkers, as I am too, but now I'm catching myself. And sounds like the last person I dated, an overthinker. Well, and here's the thing again, there's overthinking in a positive way, but then there's overthinking in a negative way. And that's what I keep on hearing. You've had to navigate energy that overthinks in a way that they get in their own way, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, then they don't know how to communicate. I agree. Encountered those help me energies. And hi, thank you for the follow. And I'm not, yeah, that's what's hard about it, right? You're not their therapist. You are not there to heal them. It's if they want to arrive towards you, they'll show up for themselves. Okay. All right. And just bear with me a moment. Yeah, I had to let them go and move away from them. Hi there, Daniel. How are you doing today? I also thought that they'd see and express themselves. But that's the hard part about it, right? Like the energy, I keep on hearing, there are those who've been truly hurt, right? There are those who've been truly hurt. And those who've been truly hurt are often the modality by which they express what happened. And you can usually tell when somebody's been truly hurt because they take their portion of energetic accountability in relationality to what they're working through. But I feel like I see in your path a lot of modalities by which another person was like articulating upon the fact that they were hurt by a world that was letting them down. But I keep on hearing being let down by the world isn't being hurt. It's the identification of what we're demanding from it that articulates what we're giving to it, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah. I don't care, even though, yeah, they'll call. I mean, I know that that's what's hard about it, right? Because I feel like they're like, I keep on seeing, I see you having to, like, and you're right, when you move away from a toxic environment, the song you will hear is you are being selfish, right? When you walk away from a toxic environment, the song you will hear is you're being selfish. All right. And again, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for a full reading. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. 1 card for Mel, please. We've got here the 5 of Cups in its reversal. Don't be so hard on yourself. What are you stressing about so much in relationality to working through things? All you can do is everything that you can do. Yeah, especially with the Empress energy, healthy relationship will appreciate how much you give forth towards it, right? It's not the space by which we build into the context of feeling energetically overly demanding upon things. Yes, the list is open, Nikki, if you'd like to get on the list. Yes. 1 card on the energy for this weekend right now for Yaz, please. We've got here the 6 of Cups in its upright. So this is speaking towards situations or circumstances by which I feel like this is you making new friendships, building into healthy relationship. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, the two of Wands in its reversal. It's interesting because it almost says to me like if there's a change of plans, it might end up actually better than you anticipated or expected. Animal spirit guide, please. Where'd my animal spirit guide cards go? We got the Sow energy. So that's what I said, healthy energy articulates and amplifies or builds into the supportive environment and relationality to I don't know why. I feel like you're healing from some kind of circumstance or situation by which energy was feeling insecure or intimidated by you. You know, like I feel like I keep on seeing you building into healthy relationship with energy that is not like, I keep on hearing like like this is you finding who's in alignment to you. But also, like, I feel like it's you not getting hard on those, like I feel like you're getting better at recognizing energy that feels in alignment versus energy that feels like they're like I don't know why I'm getting this I feel like I'm getting this like this crash out point with some energy around you in relationality to like articulating the desire to have a friendship with you, but then not being able to like work through their own feelings around something is what I keep on seeing, you know? Yep, absolutely. No problem. Oh, you want to do a highest gifter? Yeah, 1 second. Let me just check for you, Nikki. Yeah, I've got you on for Sunday. You want to get back on the list for Sunday, dear? Yeah, just let me know. Okay, I've got you. Let me just mark you off here. All right. Nikki, you're the next person on the list. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to get insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Yeah, that makes sense, especially in spaces that previously felt like I had to discern if friendships had my best interest. Yeah, and that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to some of those spaces right now. Like, I feel like this is you finding, those supportive spaces again, you know? All right, I've got you, Kath. 1 card on recent job application, please. I mean, it feels very smooth. It feels very, I've got a lot of smoothness there. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, particularly with the 6 of Swords and its upright. I feel like I'm identifying or recognizing. I feel like I'm identifying or recognizing it feels timely, you know. It's saying to me that like they might get back to you very quickly, so make sure that you have everything you need if you need to meet with them, is what I keep on getting. Yep. Especially with that 7 of Swords, like I keep on hearing like make sure you've got make sure that you can like respond at a moment's notice is what I keep on getting. Yeah, especially with the boar, you know, it's interesting because it's like fast response and then slow response. Like there's something like it's saying to me like there's almost something about checking that or going back to check it frequently is what I keep on getting. There's something in relationality to that there as well. You're welcome, dear. All right, the next person we're reading for is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? Yep, 1 card highest before your read. I feel like this is you coming into the space of really recognizing what it is that you want going forward. Like, I feel like I see something that you're doing in terms of identifying the shape of your manifestation goal. Yeah, there's that 7 of Swords again, bottom of the deck, right? Not doubting yourself is what I keep on hearing, right? Like, there's something I keep on hearing you saying, I'm exactly where I need to be. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the swan energy. Like, doing just because you're not seeing a result to something doesn't mean that it's not working. Like healthy manifestations take time is what I keep on getting. All right, and Nikki, if you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are two things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, and before we continue right now with Nikki's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, Kath, with the air dragon. All right, let's proceed. And I'm going to be pinning up Nikki here, 4 cards. So I feel like there's something very important that I'm identifying in relationality to where you are right now, like in your Akashic. And one of the things that I'm identifying here, it has to do with heartbreak, is what I keep on getting. And what I'm getting with heartbreak is like identifying and recognizing the space by which another person says, "You're breaking my heart," versus another person saying, "You're breaking your own heart." And I want to describe this because when we articulate upon, when we articulate upon the experience of being able to articulate upon having a heart that is broken, is and this is something that feels like it's followed you over from a past life, right? The modality by which we energetically break each other's hearts, right? The quality by which we actually break each other's hearts is articulated upon, right? It's articulated upon the quality of the intention that we build in relationality to what we expect from one another, right? And I keep on getting the same message when I read for you, which is a healthy manifestation that we have calibrated for another individual is never the expectation on what we expect them to do, but who we expect them to be, is what I keep on seeing. The space by which we show our love towards those that we care about is not the space by what we expect them to do, but who we expect them to be, which is often by which we articulate. So again, like if I care about you, I say, I want you to be happy. I want you to move with integrity. I want to be in the space by which I myself am energetically proud, right? So these are the positive qualities by which we articulate upon the shape of the love that we give each other, which is abandoning, right? A healthy manifestation goal is working into the context of energetically abandoning what we expect for one another, but rather feeling the energetic celebration in relationality to who we effectively become. And I feel like it's interesting because I see you kind of having to go through something in your Akashic that feels very karmic, which is the modality by which another person tries to say to you, I want you to complete, I want you to finish what I energetically started. Okay? And that's not okay, is what I keep on saying. That's not okay. That's not what we do to one another. Because when we do that, what we're effectively identifying is saying that another person wants you to be them by proxy, right? And this is what I see that you're working through with some of the energy around you. And I feel like this is what I meant in relationality to you healing something from the past life that's effectively following you into this one. Because every time I read for your past life, I keep on getting the fact that you're having a visage issue, right? And this is the problem with the visage issue, which is a visage issue is saying to somebody, you can't do anything because anytime you do something, you represent, like you represent a whole thing, like every gesture, like having some kind of deep meaning. And I literally see a situation by which you were working to get out from that visage issue. And now you're going through the issue of another person expecting something from you by proxy, which is the modality of someone saying, I didn't get to follow my dreams. So I just want you to do it for me. You're my dreams. You're my dreams. Take my dreams. Take my dreams. Go with them. Go take my dreams. And here's the thing about it. We are not, right? When we care about each other, we don't do that to one another because often it creates a space by which we perpetually feel like we're failing each other in terms of the expectations that we have for one another, right? And the modality by which we often feel like we come into the space of knowing ourselves is the space by which, here's the thing about it, funny thing about being alive, right? Funny thing about being alive, we create our own dreams, right? We create our own dreams. We got new dreams that show up all around us. Oh, look, here are all these new dreams. And so this is why we don't look at each other as the facilitation point of each other's dreams, which is the modality being like, I never got to do this, but through you, I will, right? We don't hand the dreams to each other like a ball and say, go run that way, right? Because what happens is the modality by which someone goes, I don't want to go over there. I want to go over there. And another person then says, you're breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart. Why? Because you're not becoming the facilitation point by which I can see the arrival of my manifestation goal through you, right? And this is why we don't do that, because that's the shape of our love is not the calibration point in terms of saying to another person, I want to see you do the things that I couldn't. Because often in the space by which we say that, we don't see another person with clarity, right? We work to see, right? We build into the form of love that articulates upon who we aspire each other to become, right? The modality by which when I truly care about you, I don't give a fig. I don't give a fig what you do. So long as, right? so long as you're happy doing it. So long as you like amplify the space of joy. So long as the joy that you create is something that others get to experience too. And when our love reaches that point, our love becomes a liberation song. Because it's a liberation that we say to each other in relationality to saying, the thing I hope for you is not for all of my dreams to come true through you, but the space by which you can proceed to your dreams in ways that I did not find possible in the modality by which I energetically arrive to circumstances or situations, right? We become the facilitator of each other's dreams, right? We don't become the navigator. And I feel like that is the hard part that I see that you're working through with someone, which is having to work through something and say to someone, when we care about each other, we facilitate, we don't navigate. We facilitate, we don't navigate. We say, how do I help support you to where you aspire to go? Not the energy that says, if you love me, you'll go that way, right? We never do that. And I feel like that is what I identify that's happening right now. And the hard part about it is I see somebody that's like working through a lot of energetic fear, right? They're working through a lot of their own anxieties because often the modality, right? Often the modality by which we don't understand another person's dreams requires us to be able to come into the space of energetic expansion. So I feel like this is, in a way, like this is how, and this is the ironic thing about it, right? The ironic thing about it is I see a situation by which another person is working through the space by which they're trying to have you share their dream about something in terms of what they aspire to do, and they're seeing you by proxy, and you're helping them recognize you're actually here to help them heal. You're actually here to help them heal. You're here to say to them that dream still exists. They can still effectively achieve it. It doesn't require you to be able to navigate it, right? It's almost like I see a situation of you saying to someone, why don't, like, I'm giving that dream back to you. Like, it's still yours, right? There's nothing stopping you from doing that, even if I'm not the one that wants to do it, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like that's the hard part, because I literally see a vibration of one person being like, take my dreams and go that way. And you saying, why don't you do that? What stopped you in the first place, right? Like, it's the modality by which you're helping to break the false illusion of the limitation by which they themselves felt like they had to come into a modality by which they couldn't energetically achieve it. Bottom of the deck on this reading. You see the magician? And did you notice the same card that you had in your one card, right? The way that we articulate that, right? The way that we have to articulate that is not the space by which we say, stop doing that. It's a space by which we look at another person and say, nothing is stopping you. Nothing is stopping you, right? The modality by which you say to somebody, I'm not trying to crush your dreams. I'm not breaking your heart if I don't move in the direction that you aspire. I'm giving them back to you. They're still yours. There's still the possibility that you can move towards them. You just need to get over, I keep on hearing, somebody has to get over the limitation on believing that there's an energetic limitation. You know, like, I see somebody that feels some kind of weight in relationality to some kind of opportunity passing them by. And I almost see you saying to another person, opportunity exists everywhere, right? It's not a blink. It's like, it's not a blink or you miss it. It's the ability of effectively moving, like, it's the ability of effectively moving towards it, right? It's the ability of effectively identifying and recognizing it. And I feel like that's how you're effectively healing a connection. Because I feel like the hard part of you saying to someone, in the space of them saying, you're breaking my heart because I see you and my dreams are not coming to fruition, you saying those dreams are still there, even though they're not mine, you can still do those things, right? It's recognizing and overcoming the hurdle of limitation that made someone feel like they were stopped in stopped in their tracks. That now I'm almost saying to them, like, I feel like it's almost you saying to someone, what you identified as the limitation is no longer a limitation, because I've arrived. I see you saying, I've arrived at maturation. Nothing is stopping you from proceeding forward in the space of the energetic dream, right? Like, you're saying to them, you are not the hurdle. You are the breakthrough, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing the personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 39K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Hi there, Shar. I wouldn't describe them as tribal. I believe they're castles. They're illustrated castles. Yep. We're breaking free. Exactly. I'm just reading over your comments, dear. Hi there, Bridget. Good to see you today. Hi there, Rainbow. Good to see you as well. And Billy, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. And Team Ilsana, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you share the live. Siobhan, I hope you're okay. I saw that comment that you made. I hope that you're hydrating, and I hope that you're in a healthy space. Make sure that you're getting medical attention and sending you support on that journey. Yeah, definitely working through their own anxieties. I believe that. Yes. I'm a magician, exactly. Hi there, Billy. How are you doing today? Looking forward to our reading. Excellent. I got you, dear. All right. And the next person we're reading for is Billy. Hold on. I got to move Strega off something. Strega, get off of that. Get off of it. Get off. Hold on a minute. Why must you be naughty? Hmm? Come on. Help me help you. You want to come say hi to everybody? Let's go say, get off. I'm going to pick you up every time you get on that, okay? Oh, you're so warm. You're like a water bottle. You're like a little hot water bottle. You want to say hi to everybody? You want to say hi? You want to say hi to everybody? She's so warm. I don't want to draw cards. I just want to hold her. She's been like absorbing the sun. If you guys knew how warm she was right now, you're such a hot water bottle. I love you. Okay. Yes, there you go. Say hello to everybody. Yes, you're waving? Okay, good. All right, let's go. All right, get you on the bed. Be good, okay? All right, there we go. She's so warm. She's like, oh my gosh, it's great. All right, let's continue right now. There we go. Hi there, Billy. Good to see you today, dear. Absolutely. Excellent. Oh, thank you, Shar. Hi there, Taylor. Welcome. Sending you so much support. Hope you're safe and well. And thank you as well. I know she is cute. I know she's so... She actually looked like she was waving. I know, did you see she was like this? It's so funny. She says hello. She never does it when I'm on live. She'll literally, like, she knows how to say hello. When she wants me to pay attention, she goes, hello, hello. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Billy. Billy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And we're at 40.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Do not get back on those things, Strega. I swear. She's going right back to where I found her. Excellent. Yeah, we can absolutely do that, Billy. I got you. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the swan. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I'm going to pin up Billy here. Make sure to give Billy some love. Billy, was there something going on with this person's jaw? Like this area is what I'm getting. Or like this side of the face, something going on there. Can I get 4 cards, please? I'm going to try to figure out what that is. Okay. 4 cards. Two more, please. Yeah. Oh, wow. You know, I'm picking up something. This is I feel like there's something important in relationality to this individual, um, as it relates to like not wanting to make a fuss about things, is what I'm getting, you know? There's some type of energy here. Like you can't, this person, like you could not, like they would not rest, like be like, stay down. Like I see somebody being like, you need rest, and being like, I'm not going to rest. Is what I keep on hearing the energy say. Like it is literally, um, like their ability to energetically power through things. Um, and I think it's interesting because like I almost see, like I literally see a situation by which this person, and that's what I meant about like the jaw thing, like I see somebody who would like often navigate like a lot of pain, like the type of pain that would put a normal person on their knees, right? And this person just being like, it's fun, like it's nothing. It's nothing. um but that's because that's the thing, it's like they did not, they made a commitment to themselves. I just hear them saying they made a commitment to themselves. They had to watch somebody who needed a lot of care on their person, is what I keep on hearing. And they made a promise to themselves that they would never do that, is what I keep on hearing. Like I keep on hearing they made a promise to themselves a long time ago that they would not be a burden. Like I keep on hearing they would not be a burden to anybody. And if they weren't being a burden to anyone, they could do anything that they wanted. And it's interesting because it goes both ways, is what I keep on hearing. Like I literally see, and I feel like this is energy that used to articulate that to others. Like somebody trying to come towards them to complain. I hear somebody trying to come towards this person to complain. They're going, oh, I'm sorry, were they being a burden to you? And then being like, no, then you have no say, do you? Is what I keep on hearing. I just keep on hearing, I literally hear somebody would stop someone in their tracks, from talking about it, and the reason that they would talk about it is they would literally, that would have, they just, there's no conversation then. You have no say, is what I keep on hearing them say. You have no say, and go, like I hear them going, you have no say, go away. Which is saying, if, and I feel like they used to say that about themselves, like it was like a little bit, like a little bit of an over, like that, that's like, that was the thing with them, which is also like energy that wanted to help them. They were like, like nobody's telling me what to, nobody's telling me nobody's telling me what to do, and nobody's telling me how I should do it. And I feel like it's interesting too because they were deeply spiritual. Like they felt like they were here to protect others, is what I keep on hearing. And I keep on hearing somebody saying, when they want me to go, I'll go, is what I keep on hearing somebody say. Like this is the type of energy, like this is the type of energetic connection I see that somebody had with their guides, which is saying like, I feel like it was a lot of that energy. Like I can hear them having that conversation by which they would often have these moments where they would be like debilitated, and they would basically say like, I'm not done yet, is what I keep on hearing. Oh, I'm not done yet, is all I keep on hearing. Like they were very aware, they were very energetically aware of like what their energetic purpose was. And I feel like a lot of that, I feel like a lot of that was very, very oriented in trying to help others. And I just keep on hearing somebody who is very, very close to spirit, someone very, very close to spirit. And I keep on hearing them say, I'm going to stay here and do as much as I can to help everyone. And when it's time to go, like they'll let me, I keep hearing they're going, when it's time to go, they'll let me know. Right. And it's interesting too, because I do feel like it's interesting. Like I literally see a situation of someone who went through bouts of being very sick, but that wasn't the thing that got them. When they left, they were gone like that. And that's why they would say, I'm not done yet, because they knew, like they had that, I feel like they had that energetic agreement with spirit in the space of saying, they're like they like, like they were like, Like it was just like that was some kind of blessing that they had in relationality to working through things. But even in the context by which they were energetically working through things, um, like I feel like the devastation point and of their departure had more to do with the suddenness of something, in relationality to how they were feeling energetically impacted. I mean, I'm sure that you still sense this person's, like, I'm sure you still sense this person's presence very heavily because, um, I feel like they haven't stopped, right? Like they're just as invested in energetically protecting as they were now. And it's like, I like to point out when some energy gets their wings, they're like, now you freed me, you liberated me. Like, now you can't stop me, is what I keep on getting, because like that's what it felt like to them. I feel like that was the hard part. Like I see situations by which the connection that they had with you was often those modalities by which they would articulate that they wish that they could help you more, but they felt the energetic limitation in the space by which they were within the framework of their own body, is what I keep on hearing. Like I literally hear somebody saying, I wish I could do more, right? And when they were saying, I wish I could do more, like they were really articulating upon the fact that they wished that they were stronger so that they could energetically support you more, is what I keep on seeing. But I feel like the space by which, I keep on hearing you can feel their wings around you. Like I don't know why, but it feels to me like they're those modalities or those moments by which you're going through something and you suddenly, I keep wondering, when you feel that hug, that is them effectively trying to articulate that they've got you, and they're not gonna they are just as invested in not letting anything happen to you. And especially in relationality, I don't know who this person is. Like I don't know who this person is that I'm picking up on, that um you know it's interesting too, because like I don't know why, but like I keep on hearing someone say, like, get my child's name out of your mouth, is what I keep on hearing in relationality to some kind of experience by which another person was articulating upon, like articulating upon something that was like energetically untrue, is what I keep on getting. Like I feel like I keep on hearing, like, don't worry. Like I keep on hearing, like, don't worry about, like, don't worry. Like it's interesting because I feel like the message that they're saying is, don't worry about defending yourself. They've got you, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like it's saying, like here's the thing about it, and I want to point this out, like especially with this Seven of Swords doesn't want to leave the bottom of the deck right now. And it's like, and I want to describe this. This is somebody who was very, very good at being able to get to the bottom of problems, right? Like I see a situation where people used to come to them with their problems and literally would just look at them and say, like complete, like I want to say, and you can usually tell somebody in a family system like this because energy won't go talk to, like they don't want someone to know about something, because it's a modality by which another person clears silliness like that, which is the space of saying, I won't hear it. I don't want to, I won't stand for it. Like you're being absolutely ridiculous. And the modality by which another person, like I keep on hearing the sound of another person creating a problem because they want like because they miss someone's attention, is what I keep on seeing. And this is what I meant in relationality to them effectively seeing through something and saying to someone, being like, oh, and this is how they used to clear an argument. Like if someone would come towards them to complain about something, they would literally clear the air by saying, I'm sorry, can you articulate how they are being a burden to you? I keep hearing them say, can you describe the nature of the burden that they're putting upon you? And someone like literally stopping and being like, Oh, they're not? Then you have no right to say anything, is all I keep on hearing. Like literally just stopping arguments in their tracks by being able to say to someone, please define the nature of the burden that that person is putting upon you. And I feel like that is the message by which they're articulating the way that you live your life is nobody's business but your own, is what I keep on seeing. They keep on saying to me, as long as you're paying your bills, they're going, as long as you're paying your bills, as long as you've got food on your table, as long as you've got a house, like a bed on a pillow under your head, that's your pillow. And what you do, I keep hearing them, they're going, that's your pillow. And what you do is nobody else. They're going, what you do is nobody else's business. But you'd be surprised, is what I keep on hearing them say. You'd be surprised with energy that has nothing better to do than get up into other people's business. Because that is the energy by which another person, like, I feel like that's what I mean in terms of them saying, like, mind your business, you know, because I almost see them saying, like, I know, and I feel like them being like, because I know everybody's business is what they're saying. Like, they're going, because I know, they made it their job to know everybody's business beyond what others were saying. They were like, I know, like, you know what I mean? I keep on hearing them say, it's amazing how energy tells on themselves in the modality by which another person gets twisted about things, is what I keep on seeing. They care about you deeply. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Billy. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. And we're also at 43.9K likes over on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. How are you doing today, Lena? Hope you're having a beautiful day over on the place where we keep the videos. Just a reminder, if anybody's joining us on the place where we keep the videos, your membership on the place where we keep the videos will make you eligible for a free 1 card each day as well. And just reading. Absolutely. Not that I know of. She passed a while ago. I can see that. I can see that. Strongest Shiro. I love that. Oh, there. And thank you. Thank you for confirming that they refused assistance. Yeah, that's what I feel like. Thank you for confirming that. Yeah, she's definitely your guardian. Yeah, yeah, she protects me. I think that same gift. You're welcome, dear. And thank you guys for supporting each other in these messages. All right, we're going to continue right now. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now for a full reading, the list is open. I've got 2 spots left. Nikki, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, I've got 1 spot available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right. And I don't, here's the thing. I just need to point this out, Billy, because ever since I started doing that reading, they keep on articulating right side for confirmation. So if you ever get like a buzzing in the right side of your ear, like I keep on hearing, like that's them being like, just so we're clear, is what I keep on getting, because they just keep on like, they're really, really focusing upon the right side of my face. But I know that they're trying to articulate to you in relationality to something that they're trying to communicate through. I just wanted to bring that up. All right. And thank you, Nikki, for getting on the list. If you could let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as we wait for Nikki's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the B. Oh, you think the right side? Yeah, I keep on hearing, they keep on saying the right side is me, is what they were like kind of articulating. Thank you for that. Which makes sense because that's the angelic side. Yep, I was going to say frog. I bet you were going to say frog, Nikki. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? All right. And Nikki, if you posted your question, I haven't seen it come through yet. So you might need to reframe it. If it, can we do a little energetic check-in? I got you, yeah. And before we continue right now, Remy, these are donation-based readings. So if you want to get on the list right now, the list is open. I've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We also do readings right now for the gift of a baby dragon. If you want to give a gift of a baby dragon, that will also get you on the list. And we do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, angelic, dream interpretation. One moment, please. Mind, body, spirit, mediumship, animal spirit guide readings, and Akashic. And we're going to read right now for Nikki. We're doing a check-in on that energetic connection. 4 cards, please. Okay. Oh, got an extra card there, of course. Yeah, I mean, this is feeding into the reading that we did into the Akashic, is what I keep on getting. And you know, and I want to describe a little bit about what I'm seeing here in relationality to working through things. And it's interesting because you know, what I keep on seeing is this was somebody who absolutely, they can't stand when another person tries to throw their power around, is what I keep on seeing. And it's like, and it's wild about it because like I see somebody that would often have to deal, right? Like I feel like this is somebody who often felt like trouble would just like find its way to their doorstep, is what I keep on getting. Like this is the type of like, this is the type of energy that, I don't know, something about the way they look, you know, like I'm getting someone being like wrong door, is what I keep on hearing them. Like the modality by which another person like would see someone and be like, you know, like, oh, like I can make my, like, I can make my, I can like, I can prove, like, I can prove how tough I am by going up against that person. And I literally see a situation by which this person was actually incredibly, incredibly smart, is what I keep on seeing. And I would literally, like, I literally would, I see somebody that would often take the fact that people did not, I feel like it's almost like somebody, something about the way they looked, that people would not assume that they were as smart as they were, you know? Like I keep on hearing, like it's giving me a lot of this, like, it's giving me a lot of this, like, still waters run deep. And I feel like even in the space by which this person was intelligent enough that they would often utilize that to their advantage, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like I feel like I hear somebody says, if somebody, like, if somebody wants to assume that you're an idiot, that speaks more about like them than it does about you. And I feel like there's a lot of that modality by which, like, I see somebody that would often feel that modality by which they would, another person would try to like, they, and I feel like that in a way, like this was a very, very patient person. Like this is somebody, I keep on hearing, this is like somebody who would walk softly and carry a big stick. And the modality by which they would let somebody, like they would literally, they would not correct somebody who assumed they were an idiot until the moment came that they energetically pushed. And I feel like that push, right? Like that modality by which they effectively would articulate and say, don't push it. Like there would be moments where somebody would see them for the first time. And I keep on hearing, it would only take one conversation. It would only take one conversation with an energy like this, which is the modality by which someone says, you've been trying to get one over on me, and this whole time I've been letting you, because what you've really been doing is you've been pushing on my patience. And what's interesting about it is I can almost see them saying, that's it, right? The modality by which they would say, you've pushed it too far. They would literally be in situations where they would watch someone taking energetic advantage of a situation. And that's why I keep on hearing when they would close a door on people, that door was shut. Because it's a modality by which another person says, not only, I keep on hearing, not only was I being energetically patient, but you were experiencing the full breadth of my patience, and then you tried to push that further. There's nothing out, like this is energy that would often articulate. I would be surprised, like a lot of energy being like, what happened to us, and someone being like, I know exactly what happened, right? And I keep hearing the energy go, I know exactly what happened, and if and you remember that I know, because now you are in debt to me and not telling everyone. Is what I keep on hearing the energy go. Like literally, I see the energy going, not only do I know, but now you are in debt to me, because now is the energy going, now I keep my mouth shut, is what I keep on seeing. Like it was literally like that. Like this person was like friendly until someone realized how energetically serious they could make it, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like if anything, the energy that I'm seeing here is the amplification. Like I feel like somebody who would often go into the context of explaining to somebody, like, this is what we mean when we say pick your battles, right? Like I'm not seeing somebody that says pick your battles in terms of saying like decide what you feel like. It says pick your battles in terms of them saying that to another person, saying, do you really? Like I see them going like, I literally see like, I'm like they literally, like they would be like, do you really? Do you really want to battle? That's what I keep on seeing the energy go. Like the modality by which they could tell somebody how much they miss, like, and I want to point out, this is the type of energy to say, like, I literally see somebody would have confrontations with someone and be like, and now you recognize how far you misperceived me. How much further do you want to go in understanding, is what I keep on seeing. Like literally that type of energy they would get. I keep wondering, like that wild look in their eyes, where someone would suddenly realize that they were like, that they were paying energetic attention the whole time. And I feel like that, and in a way, I feel like that's what's difficult because, and I want to describe this in the space by which you're navigating energy. And I keep on hearing, when I keep on seeing, remember you're seeing someone that's very afraid. Their superhero has gone away. This is what I see in relationality to connection that you have with another person. Like, I literally see a situation by which another person was often going through experiences by which they themselves were feeling very like, and I keep on hearing they'll take care of it, right? Like they knew the modality. When I keep on hearing they were in an experience with someone that when they said, I'll take care of it, they didn't ask questions. They just knew the modality by which another person would say, you're not going to have to worry about that anymore, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like I literally see a situation by which another person recognized the anxiety that another person carried, right? In terms of the energetic worry. And I think that what I'm seeing here in terms of what they're trying to communicate is, I feel like they keep on saying the greatest gift that you can give somebody who has a hard time navigating their anxiety is letting them know that everything is okay, right? The modality of recognizing or feeling the valuation point in articulating that the space by which you're energetically confident, right? The space by which you have to meet somebody, and they keep on saying, embody me, which is looking at someone and saying, I know what I'm doing. Like, I know what I'm doing. The modality by which you have to look at someone and say in the same way, like, you don't, like, it's okay. And I keep on hearing it's like in the space, like they're literally saying you have to embody them, which is the reason they're showing that. Like, the reason they're showing me that side of them is to say the modality by which you say to them, I've got this, right? Like, I've got this, which is the modality by which you say to another person, right? You don't need to look out for me, right? And I think that it's hard because I see somebody like navigating that worry. The worry's coming from the most like natural place, but the modality by which you have to say to somebody, I'm looking out for you, is what I keep on seeing. Like the modality by which you say, you don't like, I'm looking out for you, right? And the space by which you help them not feel the energetic anxiety in relationality to worrying. like I keep on hearing worrying about upsetting someone. I keep on hearing who's upsetting who, is what I keep on hearing. Who's upsetting who? Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, it's funny, interesting too, because it does move into the reading that we just did, which is it's working into the space of navigating this is a continuation on the Akashic, which is saying, like, instead of someone being like, I'm upset, being like, why are you upset? Are you upset because they're becoming their best version of self? Right? I keep hearing someone say, we did that too once. They keep on saying, remind them, right? Like, if you have those moments, I keep on hearing, if you have those moments by which another person articulates the disappointment of direction, I keep on hearing them say, I remember, have you ever had a time where you disappointed somebody's expectations on who you would be with? Did you ever, I feel like you have to have that conversation going, did you ever have that modality? Did you ever have that experience by which another person articulated that you were breaking their heart and being in connection with someone? Because that's the thing I keep on seeing, right? I keep wondering, somebody's forgotten. I keep hearing someone say, someone's forgotten, right? Like, forgotten the important thing, which is the identification point of, again, building into the space that we don't look to each other to fulfill our dreams. We look to each other to be able to facilitate our dreams becoming reality. And I keep on seeing, like, I feel like the hard part is somebody in spirit feeling like they're going through some profound deja vu, in relationality to another person becoming the source of frustration that they themselves had to experience in coming into connection with them. So I keep on hearing, like the space that I keep on hearing, remind them of the relationship, remind them of their love story, is all I keep on hearing. Why don't you tell me a little bit about, like, I keep on hearing you say, having to say to someone, why don't you tell me a little bit about all those green flags you encountered when you and another person got together? And the modality by which they start to articulate that and be like, no, it was difficult. Tell me a little bit more about that, right? I keep on hearing the thing that's driving someone wild in spirit is the similarities are striking. But the reason I keep on hearing the similarities are striking is because it's the energy that's saying, remember what we went through, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very similar to the identification point of someone literally leaving someone a message, right? Someone literally trying to give someone the medicine and them trying to give you the medicine and being like, that wasn't for you. If I wanted to give it to you, I would have given it to you. They're trying to give you their medicine. Is what I keep on saying. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing, the list is now closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, we got to 50K, so we'll be doing that giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to that benchmark. Excellent. Oh, thank you, Viva. Good to see you today. Oh. One moment, please. Yeah. Speaking of something just moved. Oh my gosh, there you go. Something just moved in the sync on its own. Confirmation. Yep, I knew it. Tap it up, peeps. Very smart. He definitely had a complex. Yeah, but here's the thing. Ooh, he definitely, I feel like the complex related around it, like, has to do with how others would misperceive him. You know, they grew up very poor in a way is key. Yeah, that's so true. He was the lay the hammer down kind of parent. Only when, yeah, and that's the thing about it. Like, only when, yep, fully shut. Yeah, he was quiet until it was too far, then boom. Exactly. Yep. Definitely picked his battles. Yep. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Viva. Like, yeah, do you want to go there? Like, that's the thing. Like, that's like, do not test a patient person. Like, they worked really hard for that patience. Pisces are unhinged this season. Well, yeah, it's gonna be a thing. I feel like we need to have a support group for all the Pisces next month. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is like a make my day kind of energy. Yeah, the weirdest part is that they were like, I literally, like, here's the thing about this. Like, I literally see somebody that would make it clear to someone in an instant, being like, this whole time you've been dealing with like someone being like, I am unhinged and I'm working very hard and being patient. Like, they would show somebody. They're like, oh, look, I have a hinge. It's unhinged, you know? Yeah, the weirdest part is that they were separated for a long time and barely spoke. But this is what I keep on getting. It feels like energy that was very invested in trying to keep them apart, you know? Yeah. And that's what I'm seeing with, like, the sadness around something, you know? Yeah, very confident and would brush people off. Absolutely. We got very close towards the end. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, that card with this reading is wild. And thank you for having that reading with me, dear. Yeah, the medicine thing was crazy, but it's again, it's identifying the space by which I keep on hearing them say, I left it for them, and they tried to give it to you. All right, let's continue right now. All right, and so the next person we're reading for today, one moment. Yeah. I know, here's the thing, that's a healed Pisces right there. You know, like I need to point this out. When you meet a healed Pisces, it's like when you meet a healed Pisces, it's like a whole different thing, right? Like when you meet a healed Pisces, like there's it's like a whole different thing, which again, which is the space by which, because it's the energy that like feels all of the emotions but doesn't let the emotions affect their direction unless they like that's why like Pisces. Like Pisces are like, do you want to see what happens when I let my emotions get the better of me? Like, yeah, Pisces thing. Would you like to be invited to seeing what happens when I let my emotions get the better of me? Like that's all the Pisces needs to do when they're healed. Being like, would you like to see that? Absolutely. All right. And thank you so much for the follow, Ashley. Yeah. My dad's a Pisces too. I know about moody, spicy Pisces, moody, spicy Pisces. Aries and Aries in a relationship together. Aries and Aries in a relationship together, depending on how healed they are, is like very, very ambitious energy. You know, it's like best friends or worst enemy, right? Hold on a minute. Yeah, I was like, you guys haven't spoken in years. Yeah, and he was like, I need her. Yep, I need her. She come here exactly. And I was like, no, probably not. Yeah, big armor, deep heart, beautifully stated. Yeah, absolutely. No problem. All right, so what we're going to do right now is I'm going to think of a number between, yeah, I'm going to think of a number right now between 1 and 33. And the first person I see that posts a number will have the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Nope. Nope. Oh, Ava, congratulations. You got it. We will do that again when we get to 100K. And the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you will have an additional card in your reading, and you'll also be read for before we do the daily collective. Okay. And the next person we're reading for today is Yasmin. Yasmin, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. Question through, oh, thank you, dear. All right, just bear with me a moment. All right. And just bear with me a moment. I've got your question here, dear. Got it. Okay, perfect. I got you, Yaz. Oh my gosh, did you? That sounds amazing, Bridget. Very cool. All right, where were we? All right, I've got your question here. We've got some inside tea. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. Got it. Yep, I got you, dear. Can I get 4 cards, please? Thank you. And 1 more, please. So I think it's interesting because what I'm basically seeing is in relationality to, I feel like there's something about the work that I see that you're doing right now that feels very similar to, like, I see you building into the space of like finding an energetic breakthrough. And everything I keep on seeing in relationality to that breakthrough, it feels a lot like I've got this energy that's moving towards something, but I keep wondering, it's moving towards something in such a way that you're getting much more focused in relationality to what your interest is. And I keep on getting, it's like, this is you finding your energetic niche. And I want to describe this too in terms of, and I want to work through something here. This is you finding, like, this is you finding your perfect, because, and it's very important because I see that it has something to do with a past experience, right? Like working through something in such a way that one is able to identify that it was energetically ideal, except, right? I keep on hearing, except for a critical detail, is what I keep on getting. And I like to describe this, like often the modality by which we're able to focus or identify or move towards our manifestation goal is being able to energetically refine upon the energetically critical detail. And the one thing I keep on seeing in terms of that has to do with one's own ability to be able to energetically facilitate upon the space of travel. And I keep on getting this. And I think it's weird. Like, I keep on getting the fact that, like, you were going through something in a previous experience that should not have been the way that it was, which is the modality by which another person does not create the space of navigating. I keep on hearing the space by which you are doing something like perfectly energetically reasonable, but then in the modality of experiencing, right, another person like energetically working through something in, like, I keep wondering, in such a capacity by which you, like, I keep on seeing, like, you felt the need to have to make a hard energetic choice. And I like to point this out because this is saying to me, in a way, half of the work that you're trying to arrive to, you already know what that looks like. You already know the shape of it. You already recognize and identify what it is that you ideally desire, because this is the sound of you finding your energetic bliss. And I think it's really important too, because, and I like this because you're recognizing, right? Like, I feel like this is also you becoming multi-hyphenate. I think it's interesting because I keep on hearing the sound of you finding your niche is the sound of you becoming multi-hyphenate. And the reason I keep on hearing that is because there's the modality or the experience by which you yourself are working through something. But even in the modality by which you're working through something, it creates the space or the opportunity to be able to refine or define upon something in a greater way. Now, the one thing I want to identify here is I feel like I see some kind of period right now by which you're putting I feel like you're putting a lot of invested effort in being able to recognize and identify what it is that you're trying to do in a greater capacity, right? The modality by which you're effectively working through something is amplified or articulated upon you being able to build into the sense of your own personal refinement. And something that I'm seeing there that feels really energetically important is, and I want to describe this. It feels very productive. It feels very new, right? And I keep on getting, the reason I keep on picking up upon something that feels really energetically new is because your point of view is new, which is the modality or the experience by which, and I want to describe this, which is like, and I want to keep, like, the word that keeps on coming to mind for me as I'm reading for you is, like, the word that's coming through is avant-garde. And the reason I want to point out avant-garde is because avant-garde is often the space by which we recognize and identify, like, being able to identify new approaches in such a way that one does not necessarily need to effectively, energetically, I keep wondering, like, you don't need to effectively energetically conform in the space of the way that, like, someone was doing something in a past experience, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing, like, allow your avant-gardeness to guide you. Because the thing I keep on hearing is avant-garde is a garden in the space by which you recognize the possibilities that energetically flourish in the wake of being able to be energetically adaptable. But that same energetic adaptability in the modality of working through something is often going to be the space by which you yourself feel energetically curtailed or limited in the modality of, like, I keep on hearing, like, something not moving forward in the way that feels like it's most energetically effective. And so I feel like what's beautiful about this is that ability of effectively being adaptable, like that ability that I see that you're bringing into a space, right? Like, your adaptability is going to energetically guide you, because even in the space by which I see that you're taking, right, you're creating something, right? I feel like I identify the modality by which you're working to create something for yourself, but you're also looking for a space that is not going to feel energetically hindered by your creativity. And what's hard about that is what I keep on seeing is, and even in the space by which I identify, it's interesting. I see you in a space very similar. Like, I see you in a space very similar to the space that you energetically moved away from. But what's beautiful about that is the identification point of effectively, I keep wondering, like finding, right? Like finding or landing an energetic position by which there is a, like, I feel like I see this energy articulating upon the fact of navigating the response, like the space of being responsible is the modality by which we effectively help each other further. I just keep on getting the same message that's potentially coming through there, which is working into the conditionality of finding, right? Finding something similar to what it is that you moved away from, but without, I keep on hearing, without the limitation of another individual trying to, I keep on hearing, like trying to, like it says to me, like it's almost like saying to me, like trying to invade into your personal space. You know what I mean? Like it almost says to me, like I keep on hearing like some kind of energy that felt like it was energetically overreaching in relationality to try, and I keep on hearing the profession should never have control in the personal space. And I think that in a way there's something about that old location or that old position that would almost say like the amplification of checking back to it, because I keep on getting that there's something in relationality to that that's being energetically observed. And remember when I think we already spoke about this, like the fact that you moved away from something and someone reached out again, right? Like it's the amplification of recognizing or identifying what feels energetically supportive is, I keep on hearing, is working into the space. Like I feel like the next position I see you in is very similar to what you moved away from. But I keep on hearing the major change is the modality by which another person says what you do, like what you do with your personal space is your own business, right? Like it's the gift, like this is you refining upon the manifestation goal in relationality to another person, articulating and stating like what you choose to do when you're not here is like, I keep on hearing the energy say it's not our business. Like that is your time. You can utilize it any way that you aspire or desire to. And I think that one of the hard parts about that is it feels to me like you had to effectively, like, it's the space by which you had to effectively articulate or make a choice in relationality of working through something. But even in the space by which I see you working through something, it's identifying and recognizing, like I keep on hearing the, like, I feel like it's beautiful because it feels to me like it's almost like a journey that you recognized in terms of identifying the autonomy of one's own person, right? And I keep on hearing, rest assured, the next position is going to honor the autonomy of your person because you yourself articulated the fact that that is energetically important. Bottom of the deck, yeah, like that's what I keep on seeing, especially with that Fool card, right? Especially with that Fool card at the bottom of the deck, right? The continuation or the arrival in terms of recognizing, like, I feel like in a certain way, you are going through a maturation process. And even in the space by which I see you navigating through a maturation process, I almost see the identification of you effectively identifying and recognizing what it is that you're working through or how you're trying to do something energetically different. And what's hard about that is like, I almost feel like you're healing. Like, and it almost feels karmic. Like I feel like you're healing from some kind of patronizing energy. And what do we mean? Like, what do we mean by like patronizing energy? Patronizing energy is often the energy by which another person tries to articulate and amplify the space by which they feel like they know what's best for us, right? And that's what I keep on seeing, like you going through a maturation process and being able to help someone arrive to the space of you looking at them and saying, that's not okay, right? The modality by which another person like I keep on hearing, like the intrusive point by which another person was getting overly invested in your own personal life as opposed to professional. I keep on seeing that that in itself is going to energetically inform you as you continue deeper into profession. Because I feel like what I'm identifying here is I see you, like I see you in a space very similar to where you effectively were. Because I feel like that's a space by which you recognize something that felt like it was energetically ideal. But the modality of effectively recognizing what feels energetically ideal, but also like I feel like you having to articulate, like you having to make that energetically difficult choice and being able to say to another, right? Like this is not this is not something that I'm energetically comfortable with. Like I feel like in a way like that is allowing you to be able to find that experience that feels like it's energetically adaptable, because the one thing I keep on getting is you never would have been able, right? You never would have been able to build those classes in the space by which another person was showing you that they're already intrusive in terms of what you are doing in your personal life, right? The energy effectively told on themselves in the modality by which you made a harmless request and the space by which they effectively articulated their displeasure in it, right? Not the space by which they did not articulate the fact that you could do so, but the fact that they were energetically displeased by something that you were doing outside of the professional space. I keep on hearing like that is the blessing that's allowing you to be able to be in the context of having that ability to work, because I keep on hearing you never would have been able to do so, right? You never would have been able to do so effectively in a modality or experience by which another person was effectively articulating the fact that they were making it clear that they were allowing their displeasure on your personal choices to impact their professional decisions. So I keep on hearing, remember when I said that that was a blessing in disguise? Like the modality by which someone tries to come back towards you to bring you in that capacity may be the amplification of recognizing the fact that that is not something that goes away, but something that would be energetically intrusive in the space by which you yourself were trying to effectively navigate it, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like that's the ability, like allowing that experience to inform you is what's bringing you towards what feels like it's in alignment to you. And I keep on getting a lot of that work, like I keep on getting the same message, which says that is the energy that you're effectively moving towards. And even in that space by which you're moving towards it, you're finding that adaptability in relationality to energy being respective of your personal time that creates a space by which you can continue to create in the way that you're effectively idealing. So even, I keep on hearing, even in that, there was an energetic blessing. So let that, I keep on hearing, let that experience inform you as it relates to moving towards something directionally. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Yaz. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. If anybody gets on the list today, the list is now closed, but if you get on the list today, you'll be the first person read tomorrow before we start the Daily Collective. Absolutely. And just reading over. Oh, really? Oh, that's wonderful, Siobhan. Absolutely. Yes. I love multi-hyphenate, tap to claim. Yeah, I feel like that. The sound of me finding my niche is also the sound of becoming multi-hyphenate. Yeah, we're going through the same thing. Yeah, they did reach out afterwards, but that's what I keep on seeing. So basically, yeah, I mean, and that's what I keep on hearing. It says to me, it's very much similar to where you were, but the difference, I keep on hearing, the difference is energy. Like I keep on hearing, being able to be in the same environment, but with more avant-garde energy that basically articulates, it says like what you do what you do outside of here is your time respectively, right? I love that. Autonomy definitely feels more important in the next endeavor. Yeah, patronizing was the word. Absolutely. Magnifique. So just to confirm, this next chapter definitely has space for an occupation outside of school. Yeah, I mean, like, that's what I keep on, everything I keep on seeing in relationality to this. Like, it says to me, like, I see you putting your force of intention in a lot of different things in different ways, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, you're so welcome, Yaz. And I hope that helps. And I feel like, and I want to point out, like, one of the ways to help with that is being able, like, let that be the point by which you introduce yourself, right? Like the modality by which you introduce yourself in that way. If someone has a problem with it, the problem is just solved itself, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like allow that, not like, don't let it be something, like it says to me, like, don't let it be something that feels like, don't let it be something that feels like you have to like conceal it. It's the modality by which you energetically lead with it, you know? No problem. I hope that helped. Yeah, did you hear what I said? Like it's saying to me, like, that is the gift, right? Like the modality by which, like, I keep on hearing, don't conceal it, let it lead with it. Articulate, that's the first thing you say, not the last thing, right? And if someone has a problem with it, then again, the problem has resolved itself, because it's the space by which you say, okay, that's not the space by which I can energetically thrive. All right, thank you so much, dear. And we're going to continue right now. So just we're moving back to one card readings for subscribers. So if you are a super fan and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in your comments if you have not had one pulled yet today. If you would like to become a super fan, all you need to do is hit that super fan status and you'll be eligible for one card. Also, if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also ask for one card if you become a member there. Your subscribe membership makes you eligible for one cards as well. Okay. You're so welcome, Yaz. And again, if you missed any of that reading, Yaz, you can head over to the place where we keep the videos and you'll find it all there. Yeah, I won't conceal, lead with it. One card for Bridget, highest priority, please. I feel like this is you building into the energy that feels like it's supportive around you. I just got a lot of, I feel like there's a lot of this work that I see that you're doing ineffectively. Like I see in a way, like allowing your intention to reveal in terms of how other people feel about things. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the death card, you know, like healthy energy will appreciate your effort, is what I keep on getting, right? Not the modality by which another person articulates that they want more from you, is all I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with that Ren energy, it's saying to me, like, working through situations and circumstances by which we're able to effectively identify or work through. Like I keep on hearing, like, you have feelings too, right? And others, I keep on hearing, like, others being conscientious of the fact that, like, I keep on hearing, like, I don't know, like, especially with that Ren energy, like, I keep on hearing, like, like, we don't, like, we don't take advantage of the fact that we can be available at the moment's notice, right? Like it's the modality by which we're precious with that, is what I keep on hearing. You know, like it's giving me a little bit of like, it's giving me a little bit of you healing from somebody who's like got like a sky is falling mentality, which is the modality by which another person is articulating like navigating the point of need beyond like whether they've like I keep wondering, we only ask for things from each other when we've explored other possibilities in terms of how to effectively do something, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah. Hi there, Scorpio. Lisa, highest priority with relationship with that individual, please. I mean, this feels positive, but make sure that you're on the same page in relationality to what the manifestation goals are, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this like Nine of Pentacles in its reversal. Is there a logistical issue between you and them? Right? Like I feel like there might be a difference in terms of like their ability versus yours. I feel like we make plans ahead of time with each other, or we don't have plans at all. Like we're not in the space of building into the last minute. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with this bull energy, is saying to me like when we're being conscientious of each other, we prioritize our time together, is what I keep on seeing, right? And so making sure, like I almost see somebody with like a surfeit of time. It's like, versus you not having a much and like enough, right? So yep, absolutely. Hi there, Gabrielle. One card, highest priority, please. We've got the Queen of Swords in its reversal. So I feel like that's working through situations or circumstances by which one is able to articulate or define upon what one is trying to do in the best way possible. I think that there's something I think that there's something really important there that I see that you're working through. And I feel like it's saying to me, like we don't get in the habit of energetically repeating ourselves when it comes to our needs. Like we articulate upon the need, and then we work towards like the space of being able to recognize or navigate the best way of effectively, like how another person is receiving our needs, like allows us to inform in terms of like what it is that we're working to change. Yeah, especially with the Five of Cups in its reversal, right? Um, like, I feel like it's like the like we don't get into conversations with one another about trying to prioritize each other, right? We just are present as to whether we are, right? And in the modality by which, like I keep on hearing, the modality by which we articulate that we feel like the space by which you communicate emotions with healthy directions attached is not the space by which we say like I feel like something's missing, being like this is what would effectively help. Like we're making something as easy, when we make something as easy for another person as possible, and then we allow the context of seeing how they energetically receive that to inform our own direction. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the hind energy, right? A lot of the hind energy says like we don't get into the habit of articulating upon the fact that we should be the priority. We just recognize whether another person is holding us in that way, is what I keep on seeing, right? And it's like and I keep on hearing some energy articulates upon the fact that they're ready for relationship, but you can't. I keep on hearing you can't say that you're ready for a relationship and not be ready to prioritize, right? You can't say that you're ready for a real relationship and then say that you're not ready to prioritize, right? There are those that say that they're ready, but the ability to prioritize is the calibration point in terms of truly being invested and being able to do so. Absolutely. All right. Hi there, dear. Okay. Final call right now for anyone who is a subscriber who has not had a card pulled. Hi there, Susie. Good to see you today. One card, highest priority, please. We've got the star energy. So I feel like this is some kind of modality or ability by which you're getting more confident in doing something, is what I keep on seeing. And there's something important in relationality to that work and being able to articulate or speak upon something that is very close to one's own heart space. Yeah, bottom of the deck with this Ace of Swords energy. I feel like that's there's some kind of conversation that feels like an energetic amplification point in relationality to like what you're working to change, but not just what you're working to change, but like appreciate, like I keep hearing appreciating another's effort, like appreciating another's effort in relationality to, like I keep on hearing like going out of the way for each other. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like I keep on hearing like it's having like, I feel like it's coming into the space of having some kind of gratitude mindset in relationality to another person showing up in some capacity. Yeah, especially with the salmon in its upright, you know? Like it's saying to me like it's like looking towards another person and recognizing their heart's in the right place. It often allows us to be able to help another person understand like a better way of doing something going forward. So make sure that you're having heartfelt conversations about identifying another's heart being in the right place in terms of what you're working to do in a better fashion. Yep, and Queen of Swords, one card on where to meet. Well, we got a lot of cards coming out here. I'm going to read all of them very quickly. Again, we don't, the cards, we do not put our autonomy in the cards, but it's saying to me like a good opportunity to find a counterpart would be in a space by which you and another person share a mutual interest. So make sure that you're following your bliss at this time, Queen, is what I see. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Ace of Swords in its reversal. It's speaking to me about working, like it's speaking to me about working through something by which it's like somebody, I feel like if you've had situations in the past where someone doesn't share the same interests that you do, like the solution to that is being able to find someone in the space by which you have a shared interest. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the adder energy, right? They love the same things that you love. So seek them out in places by which you're following your energetic bliss. And Duan, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Ruby. One card, please. Thank you for confirming that reading as well, Gabrielle. Sending you support on that journey. Potentially on another raise. I mean, it feels like it says to me that, like it's something that is forthcoming. I don't know. I don't know if it's coming through like this cycle, but like it's saying to me like a lot of this is like I feel like it's somebody who wants to give something to you. They're just looking for the resources to do it, is what I keep on identifying. Yeah, like the ten of wands in its upright is almost somebody trying to facilitate upon some kind of change, or they're keeping you in mind in relationality to those changes that they're trying to apply to a circumstance or situation. Yeah, especially with the bee energy, right? Like somebody who loves your enthusiasm as it relates to working through things. Yes. You've got it, Queen. Yeah. Hi there, Claire. Okay, so Claire, maybe what you can do for me, please, if you could after this live send me a screen cap to confirm that, because you know, one of the things that we see that may have happened is, so there was a change that was made away from subscriptions into superfan. So if you were previously subscribed, you may need to change into a superfan in order for it to appear. So that's something that you just might want to check on your back end. Okay? All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today. If you became a superfan today, welcome. I would encourage you to, if you'd like to join our superfan only disco channel, just message me a disco gift and I will send you the invite to the disco. If you would like to, become, if you are, once you go to the disco, make sure that you're introducing yourself to the collective. And in the perks section, you'll find a special coupon code for our next tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, February 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the sword suite of the court cards. If you are not a super fan but would still like a coupon code to that class, I do have a unique coupon code that I have available for those who join this live. Just message me the word class. And if you would like to learn more about the trip that we have planned for August, just message me the word trip. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. Huge thank you to, oh, hi there, Kay. Do you want your one card before I pop off? Yeah, yeah, I want to make sure. Yep, I see it. I see it. I got her. I see it. I see it. Thank you, guys. Thank you for looking out for each other. Excellent. You're welcome, dear. Can you just let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? It was stressful. Thank you. I get one card on their reaction. Oh, and the message. I feel like somebody who doesn't know what to say. Um, like I feel like I see somebody trying to like, yeah, like it's giving me the energy of someone like at a loss. Um, like I see somebody who's genuinely overwhelmed. Is what I'm picking up on. You know, like I see somebody that is literally navigating a situation right now by which they feel energetically overwhelmed. And, you know, the modality by which they're trying to work through something is like it says to me like they're trying to process the information that you gave them, but in a way that feels like most energetically productive is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the goose. Like the goose energy, like if it was something about another person, like I almost see like a situation by which another person like they're not sure how to approach it, you know? Like there's something, I feel like there's something important there in terms of their own ability of trying to like trying to take some kind of approach to something that feels like it's energetically productive. And I feel like there's like it's a lot of that. Like it's saying to me like it's like literally like it feels like somebody who like deeply desires something to be more energetically organized is what I keep on getting. And I feel like that's the hard part about it is like it almost says to me like I almost see somebody like working through something here by which um you know like it's saying like somebody like it's like giving me like somebody like shaking their head and like trying to think about like the best way to energetically address something is what I keep on seeing, if that makes sense. Thank you, dear. All right, my friends, I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my follow. Just a reminder, if you get on the list today for tomorrow, you will have an additional card in your reading and you'll be read for before we start the Daily Collective tomorrow. As I mentioned, if you became a subscriber, message me that disco gift and I'll send you an invitation to the disco. A huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me, and the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.